Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Tony and I hope you're having lovely days, lovely weeks, lovely lives. Today I filled out my coffee cup to the brim because we have a big stream going. We're yet again starting a brand new app and it's going to be a SvelteKit app. Again, in the previous few streams, we've tackled the final boss of software engineering. We created two different SaaS businesses, SaaS full stack apps, which you can actually go around, click around, play around, and even sign up. Tailwind is your CV interview helper, which I do plan to expand upon later in the year, but it's gonna have value at some point. Regardless, you can sign up today for either one of those plans. But the big one is JOHNNIFY and JOHNNIFY Premium. That one, real value, you get access to all the private code. We always do these public videos and build in public and show how you can get to a product like this. So that will always be free and available to you. But if you want to skip a few steps, if you want to watch the streams and then just get the code in the end, this is an option for you. So that one, actual customers, already actual value, I believe. And I use it myself because for many years, I want to say the past decade, I have found out that by starting my next project, if I get a client or a consultancy, by starting it from the latest project that I've done and then building up from that, I just save so much time and I'm able to deliver features that the clients hadn't even thought about because I had already done them for the previous client as well. So everyone's happy, I'm happy, you come out looking like a pro. I'm very excited to share this with you. But today, as I said, these SaaS style businesses, which we did in a couple different ways, couple different stacks. They're both SvelteKit, but we used Supabase for one, while we used Torso with Auth.js and Auth. What else did we use there? Quite a few things, like some different stacks to deliver these two SaaS apps. So options there if you like some things over the others. I guess Supabase versus Torso with Auth is the exciting one. Let us know in the chat. Nice to see you here. But it is the final boss of software engineering. If you're just starting out, you shouldn't start out by building a SaaS product like this because it's too complicated. It does have, like even now explaining it, it's like it's too many things where to start. It does have the static content. It has dynamic content by talking to a database. It has payments by leveraging Stripe. It has deployment and GitHub and all of those things, version control, that if you're starting out, then they might start getting overwhelming. But a more static side, like the one that we're gonna start building today, a portfolio site or a marketing site, that's something that will get you a lot of the way of being comfortable to sell products to real people. Even now, like I urge you, slide into people's DMs, do an Instagram story or something, reach out to people and ask them, do you want a marketing site? Do you want a portfolio site? And code along with me and try to deliver it to them. You may get some money out of it. You'll definitely get experience. And the moment you can add that you delivered a real project to a real client in a CV, then like your value in interviews goes up tremendously. I know that engineers love to gatekeep. So if you just say, oh, I've done like this example project or I went through this bootcamp, some people don't get impressed or they may even hold it against you. But if you've worked with a real client and delivered a real product, that's impressive. I'd be super impressed. So there's no in the chat. Yeah, so I was going to search up HTML and CSS and so my life. Great. We're going to be doing the fundamentals today with the HTML and CSS. We're going to be using Tailwind again, but we'll talk about like even more vanilla CSS and how it works with other component libraries. So we will be doing a lot of stuff in that regard today. You're in the right place. Did I see Sora AI? Definitely, I saw that. So that's the latest OpenAI project that's not open to the public just yet, at least not open to me, where it essentially takes the prompts or takes an image and then turns it into a professional looking video. Really good. Like if you're looking for the problems, then you will find them. You may notice a few like weird hand motions or extra fingers or something like that. But if you just use it like on the side as a b-roll to like an education video, then it's going to look amazing. And today's stream may be like slightly OpenAI inspired as well. And imagine seeing those cute little guys like in moving on the floor in front of you. That's amazing. So I don't know if I'm gonna reach out to the public for who the client is gonna be for this portfolio website, but I was thinking maybe it's like a fake client, a fake person, someone who specializes in this sort of cute pet photography or something like that. And maybe by the time we're done, like next week, Sora AI, I'd be in, and then we'd turn these cute little critters into videos as well. So what do you think about Sora AI, Snow? That's a question that I have. In the meantime, I guess we won't go too far into the agenda, which you can always find in the description. You can find tons of links into the description. But essentially, we'll talk a little bit about SvelteKit and SvelteKit 2, which we have used in other projects, but Svelte 5 as well, which is new and still in development and beta, but people have been asking, how do I do this with runes? And there isn't enough material around, so it's time to get on. It's time for me to tackle it. We'll do it today. We'll talk about, is it like too much like React? Did React have it right all along? Should I be talking about Backbone.js? I don't know. We'll get into those things later, but we'll go to the terminal, run the SvelteKit wizard, which you can run as well the same way and get the same starter. And then we'll start talking about CSS, which I know can be intimidating to people. But then set up Tailwind, some components from DaisyUI, and I think it's going to be the next stream where we'll actually implement like a nice design. Maybe I should look at my own site, which is not crazy, but it's a decent enough design that gets the job. Usually you have like a hero section that maybe you can do like a 3D animation or a model. Then you have maybe some testimonials. Then you have like a few pictures, and that's like something that may not win design awards, but will look nice and professional, and we can deliver that today. And even this like has some CSS tricks that may stumble people. It's like, how does this grid even work? Like, how did you do this? Who knows? Hello, Sam in the chat as well. So we'll get there, but I don't think it will be in this stream. We'll be doing like more fundamental CSS today, like the skeleton of the app. And then on the next stream, we'll be going deeper into fulfilling a nice design. And yeah, dark mode and stuff. Thank you. If you like the website, like click around, find out it also has dark mode, but I will click it. What's your eyes? I do develop this for dark mode mostly. So in like light mode, workable, but not as nice. And like Johnny Lore here, like I took all of these pictures. Well, I guess I didn't take the pictures where I'm actually in them. But it's from my camera, so that's something. Sometimes I use human tripods or humans as tripods. All right, so enough about me, but thank you very much for the compliment. That's very nice to hear. So even light mode looks good. Amazing. So I've talked about JOHNNIFY, like I won't be selling. The process for today, we will commit to the JOHNNIFY organization as well, which if you do have JOHNNIFY Premium, you can actually check out and start from there yourself. I do recommend like watching the stream and coding along, especially since this is the first step. But you know, maybe you're watching this 3 months later. If there are any changes, some things that needed to be amended, especially because Svelte 5 is new and not public yet, or not stable, I should say, yet. Things may change, but I think like just following along, you'd do very well. So enough of this for now. Should I talk more about props, or should we just get into that? So some of these things may be familiar to you if you've used SvelteKit or React. They're kind of mixing and converging into a similar place. Now the reactivity of Svelte was what really brought me into Svelte to begin with, because I liked how they reassigned the variables and just it would magically track changes and stuff. But that has a few technical problems that they're now resolving by doing something that's a bit more to what other frameworks were doing in the past. No worries. Thank you for showing up, and the compliments, and of course the questions whenever you have them. Maybe the next stream, please let me know and I'll try to answer them. And the next one will be more CSS focused, I'm sure. So you can see all the runes docs. So the new way to handle state and more and side effects in SvelteKit, they call them runes. Sadly, there is no like Nordic axe emoji, which I could have used for this stream. Whenever I hear runes, I think like of Vikings and God of War and that sort of thing. Which is kind of funny that even I, when I think of God of War now, I think of like Norse mythology. It's kind of weird, a bit of a paradox there. We won't get to all of them for now, but when you want some things to happen when a component first appears on the page, when the page first loads, when you need to pass down props to an object, when you needed to have a state, it's a bit different with Svelte 5. I was always saying in the previous stream that with SvelteKit, I try to do most things server-side anyway. I try to keep the state management and side effects server-side, or have the browser URL keep track of state. So I wasn't using Svelte 4 or Svelte 5 features that much anyway on client side. But realizing that even the way props and children and slots don't work anymore with Svelte 5, or are kind of deprecated. They'll still keep working, but they're kind of deprecated. I actually should be using Svelte 5 much more in my projects today. So we will be doing Svelte 5 in strict mode. Hello, Dilongo in the chat as well. And yeah, we'll be locking ourselves into Svelte 5 today. Like no horsing around with Svelte 4 anymore. That's, you know, last year's a great idea. This season, Svelte 5. Right, but the way you start with SvelteKit is the way you always start. I will tick off some agenda items. Ticking off items always makes me feel good. We're making progress, we're delivering. I feel like I've talked a lot, but managed to not ramble this time. So thank you for being in the chat and helping me say something relevant. But I'm rambling now, so I should get going. Like if you don't speak in the chat, then I ramble. So keep the engagement going. I don't know if I should use PNPM as a package manager or Bun for any JavaScript app, or for any app really. You will need to be downloading some helper libraries. UI frameworks like Tailwind, or even Svelte and SvelteKit themselves are libraries that we're going to be using. And for that, you need a package manager. In JavaScript, the popular ones are NPM and PNPM. Not Yarn anymore, you should avoid that. And Bun, which is unstable but exciting. Some exciting Bun developments are going to be in this stream as well. But like for this one, I think you should either be going with PNPM or Bun. And the safest choice may be PNPM. So I think we will go with that one for today. Yes, it's definitely possible. We'll do it today. By the end of the stream, this will be deployed. This will be live for ELCs. You'll be able to click on it and you know, see it. It's going to be Svelte 5. So let's just do it. From the SvelteKit wizard, let's see, maybe that's the first step. Go through the wizard. I will talk a little bit about the options that you'll see. But then a big part is how do I opt into Svelte 5 and actually use it. So we're going to be using PNPM. And I didn't think about what I would call this. So I just call it portfolio, I suppose. Portfolio starter. So this is the name of the project. Some important backend attributes are going to be related to the name you give here. And it's going to create a folder for you. So name it something sensible, probably not portfolio, probably the name of the project, like, you know, JOHNNIFY or Magrippus, which is my last name, whatever you're deploying. If the domain name is, I can't think of any domain name now, If it's like cutepuppies.com, maybe the project is called Cute Puppies. So go for that. You have an option. SvelteKit demo app even has like a Wordle page, which you can play with. So it shows a lot of things about SvelteKit that you may get overwhelmed if you just see, but it's nice to open up, play around, look at a bit of the code. If you start getting overwhelmed, dial it back, do something else. For your new project, I do recommend just doing the skeleton project. Library project is if you have a library like we talked that other apps may be using when they are building their apps, then that's when you'd create a library project. But you shouldn't worry about that. We'll just do a skeleton bare bones project to expand upon ourselves. I've talked about these options before. A type second with TypeScript is the question, and your options are yes, but the hard way, JavaScript with JS comments, which to me are too verbose, and I'm not used to them, but fine, like that's something. Yes, using TypeScript syntax, which is the proper TypeScript way to do it, and I'm used to TypeScript, but maybe you aren't. But the last option, no, is the do you want to shoot yourself in the foot option. Even if TypeScript or typed languages may be a bit harder to read and comprehend in the beginning, I do think they actually save you time. Even if you spend more time trying to understand how they work, you save time because your editor will be telling you, this is gonna error out. This is not what you should be doing. Sometimes you need to convince them that what you know what you're doing and what you're doing is correct. But even I, like for 20 years, 2 decades of coding, I still find many more places where the type checking is correct. I've done the mistake. It's not the type checking that's wrong. Maybe 5 years ago, it was the point where like Flow or TypeScript, the type JavaScript versions were more wrong than not. I needed to convince them more often that I was right, and I was actually right. But then they started becoming much better than I. If they complain about something, they usually knew that I was in the wrong. So nowadays, I think you should be going with a typed version of JavaScript. So yeah, TypeScript for me. And then some options. ESLint can help you with things like accessibility, but I think between TypeScript or typed JavaScript and Prettier, you should be fine. We will add it for now because I know lots of people add them, and then we can ignore some rules. Oh, it's even asking, try the Svelte 5 preview now, which is exciting. So let's do that. Playwright is an end-to-end browser-based test, which you can even do browser-based or BDD, behavior-driven development with Playwright. We won't do quite that today, but we will add Playwright in the end for some navigation smoke tests, my favorite test to have confidence that you didn't at least break fundamental functionality in your app. And I guess because we went with PNPM, we'll also add vtest for unit testing, the fast node-based tests. If we did Bang, they have their own testing solution. It's within Bang, so we wouldn't be adding vtest, but we'll add it now. And Playwright, I'm only not enabling it because I don't like the config that this wizard generates. If you add the config from the Playwright site, which we will do later, I think it has more comments, more options, more helpful things for you. So we'll do that without the help of the Svelte wizard. So that's it. Project created in a Flash. We can change directory to that project and then install all the dependencies there. And then it's saying that we can create like a GitHub repo as well, which maybe we'll do. Why not? And indeed, it even brought in Svelte 5 for us. And I'll split those windows here and run the development server. It has the thing where it does say that Svelte 5 is experimental, so what's out, and no Svelte Inspector. Sadly, Svelte Inspector is an awesome tool where you can click around your app and it will take you exactly on the relevant component in the line that you're clicking on. So this is amazing. Ever seen someone in this app mention this comment, or in a YouTube comment mention this to me? Like my eyes were opened and I can't live without it. But I will now because it's not supported in Svelte 5 and I want to show Svelte 5 for all of us now. Cool. So does this actually work? What did we get? We can actually command click here. Oh, slide mode. The bare bones project only has slide mode, which is fair enough. So no CSS reset, nothing pretty. If you do the other project, it actually looks kind of pretty to start with, but this bare bones one allows you to bring in your own styling solutions, etc. And we're gonna learn what my choices are for these solutions and discuss some others that are not my top priorities, my top choices. I did put it in the wrong editor, so we'll have to try again. Because first, let's open VS Code, my editor of choice, put that in full screen, see that this has created like a million files for us. And now on that window, I can switch that to full screen and do my VS Code Mac desktops thing, and now we have the app side by side, and my face is not hiding anything important for once. Cool. So the wizard did set up many things for us. In JavaScript, you have this thing called packagization, which describes your app as well as the other libraries that your app is dependent on. And for some reason, in SvelteKit, everything is added into dev dependencies. There are dev dependencies and dependencies which you don't need to worry about. In fact, you don't need to worry about it that much nowadays, that people use it interchangeably, and lots of frameworks just say, just put everything in dependencies or everything in dev dependencies and don't try to differentiate. There's also peer dependencies, which if you're not creating a library, you won't need to worry about. So just keep them grouped in the same one. I guess the idea is because Svelte is like a compiler and then it figures out like the end result. Everything is a dev dependency because nothing directly makes it to production, but that's by the way, it doesn't really matter. So a lot of Svelte stuff. SvelteKit is the framework, the meta framework that can allow us to use Svelte on the front end and do lots of cool stuff on the back end, much like Next.js. So people say, including me, people who do Svelte and SvelteKit. SvelteKit is to Svelte how Next.js is to React. Question from Sam. When I get a chance, can we discuss metaprogramming and macros as it relates to JS ecosystem of web and SW tools and frameworks in dev? We'll need to think about this and get back on that in like a breaking point, because that's like a super interesting question for sure. I have like immediate thoughts, like with GitHub Copilot, like does that count as a macro? If I start typing and I have GitHub Copilot like autocomplete the result, is that like the modern day equivalent of a macro? Maybe. But yeah, I have thoughts, but we will get going. We talked about the packagization. We said that there is a lot of Svelte Kit and Svelte stuff set up for us. ESLint is the thing that may do underlines and squigglies when it seems like we're doing something wrong with our code, but I don't think it's essential because sometimes it can be wrong and we do know what we're doing. So, and it's just like so much stuff to configure and bring in. Prettier is the thing that formats our code, which I do find essential because one of the tricks that I always do is that if Prettier can format the file, if I save and it formats the file, then I'm good. If not, then I've done like a mistake at some point, and I can look around and see it's like, oh, what has happened? Which comma have I missed? So that's a cool trick with Prettier, besides saving us time from arguing of code style. Should this look like this or that? Like, I don't like this. It used to be 80% of my job, discussing whether there should be like a line break here or a comma, like whatever. But now with Prettier, my time is freed up to do more cool stuff. Svelte, again, tslib also needed to compile the Svelte stuff. TypeScript, we've talked about this, and Vite and Vitess. So all of these things, like 99% of these things, is just about making SvelteKit run, and then the remaining 1% is tools that help your code look good and flag you, notify you if it's not looking good if it's not working correctly. So even though we've just started the project immediately, it's like how many, like 20 dependencies, but they just do like 1.5 things. So can look overwhelming, but we'll get through it for sure. Anything else? We do have tons of files, like we have 20 dependencies that you don't need to worry about, and we have quite a lot of files as well. So a readme that we can like quickly change. It has a few instructions that you may want to read. What would we actually call this? Like maybe Puppify? Not sure. No, it's not an app. It's like it's a fake photographer. Spaces or tabs. Yeah, that I've done talks about this subject. Speaking of which, even though we have pre-tier, I do have my pre-tier preferences as well, which is to use tabs. Ever since, like I didn't care about this, but someone told me that it's better for accessibility because people may have different editor setups according to how they're comfortable reading stuff. And if you do like hard spaces, then you just disable this. But I don't particularly care. The one I care about is the semicolon. I don't like semicolons because why write more characters when fewer characters do trick. But also we like, so these overrides, I don't quite understand. I don't think we need it anymore. I think they're wrong on this. Print with like slightly longer lines, make them more readable. Don't particularly like that. Trailing commas, this makes the divs more readable and allows you to always be able to like slide things up and down. So you'll see here that if I try to slide this all the way down, then like this squiggly line, because there's an error, because this one, which used to be the last one, doesn't have a comma. So that's why I now want trailing commas everywhere. Single quote is because I started with PHP, and in PHP there is actually a small difference on whether you use single quote or double quote for strings, but in JavaScript and TypeScript there is no difference, so feel free to use whatever. It's mostly just for the bands, just for flavor, like the pre-tier config. But if you do have changes in your pre-tier config, it's good to have a command like format. Every script that's specified in your package.json, you can go to your terminal and run. Most of these you don't need, you won't use in development, it's for other things to use. Dev is the one that runs a dev server here, and format, like even that one you don't need because ideally you have your editor set up to run on save. But if you ever need to do pre-tier change, pre-tier config change, then you'll need to reformat everything. So let's do that now. And let me check if in my other project, do I just do like format like this? A different packaging. Another difference between the JOHNNIFY starter project and the 10xFi starter project. JOHNNIFY is also part of a monorepo, so you can have your API as well, backend only service there, maybe your Swift UI, iOS app, native iOS app, also in the same project, maybe your React app or not, Flutter app in the same project, a marketing website, your actual app, like you can have many things in a monorepo. So again, offering two solutions for you. Pick the one that your project needs the most, that fits your project the most. So yeah, just pretty right, and it will write everything. That makes sense. So we can go to the terminal. How do we run script commands? You say pnpm or ban or whatever your package manager of choice is, and then the name of the command. This is format. Oof. In my config, it already has like the pretty plugin Tailwind, so I will remove it for now. I was a bit too eager to add it. We'll talk about it in just a moment. And try again. So just a few files, all formatted because I don't like semicolons or commas, and do like trailing commas. That's by the by. We talked about the pre-tier config files, this little readme. So what would we call it? portfolio/marketing site for photographer. And then I will add instructions how to use this repo if you want this to be your starter. tsconfig, it's instructions for TypeScript for how to do things. The most important things are specified for you by SvelteKit itself, and then you override some extra config. I don't think we'll need to touch this further today. In the Svelte config, we may need to do more things today. Since we are deploying to Vercel, we will change the adapter to say we're deploying to Vercel, and we won't use the edge runtime, which we can go into it further why we'll be doing that at that point. But for now, I don't think we need any configuration here. Vit is the bundler that Svelte uses. And it's set up to run, to understand SvelteKit code, the SvelteKit framework, and also set up for tests. So it will look for anything in your source folder that also has the test or spec.js or TS. We know that we'll only be doing TypeScript, so if that's confusing, then you can just do this and be done with your life. But that's fine. Like a convention is .test.ts, but it can be .spec.ts. It can also be .tests.ts, but anyway, that's by the by, doesn't really matter. We just to make our lives easier, we can specifically say that for us, tests have this format, just to keep things consistent. Because if we set up Playwright, for those, I will have the convention that the Playwright tests actually have the spec extension, just to keep them different. And then when I try to use the command palette to find a file, I will be able to find the Playwright tests when I search for spec, but the vtest no test when I search for test. So that's why I enforce this convention. Many things can be added here, including tools to format your images, for example, understand different formats, understand Markdown. We may be going into more on the Vit config later in this episode. We've talked about prettier, npmrc, you don't need to worry about it, it's about package manager stuff. Git ignore will be using version control, of course, so we can go back in time if we mess up and incrementally do changes and be able to review them a bit more easily. It ignores some sensible files, I suppose. And you don't want everything omitted to version control. For example, build outputs, you shouldn't commit in your version control. They're too big and unreadable, so you don't want them there. Secrets, for sure, some things that people watching your code shouldn't be able to find out. You don't want to commit those. This is what git ignore is all about. ESLint config, this is the controversial one, the thing that sometimes will tell me you're doing something wrong, and sometimes it will be right, but mostly it will be wrong. Regardless, we're setting it up today, and we'll probably have like a few overrides for the things that particularly annoy me. And an ESLint ignore to say, alright, ESLint, be chill when I'm working in this directory or in this file, it doesn't matter, it's not something I'm using, something like that. The static directory is the place for our static assets, like our favicon, which is what you see here, and maybe some images, maybe fonts if you want to do locally hosted fonts like that. Even though I don't recommend it, I have a video on the subject, we'll be getting into it later. But the real magic is in the source directory. This is where we have the skeleton of the app HTML, and all the magic SvelteKit stuff gets injected here in the SvelteKit body and the SvelteKit head, I guess. But what's all this magic stuff? Well, it starts with routes plus page.svelte. So what gets injected here for now is the welcome to SvelteKit. And here we can say and it will hot reload on save. Not quite hot reload, but it will update on save. Let's just say that, and not split hairs. And my only reason to use Next.js versus SvelteKit at the moment is that Next.js in CL sounds better. It's like more of a pun than SvelteKit in CL. But that's fine. So you can see that this updates the moment I press space. Has like this reference and actually the name of the site. What did we call it? Do we have like the name of the photographer? Poppers. Paul Poppers, Paulina Poppers, who knows? If you had the name Paulina Poppers, would you be destined to be like the world's greatest pet photographer? Probably. So the reactive stuff and actual code, those go in the source directory. Only one HTML5 which will be kind of static, and SvelteKit takes care to inject a few dynamic stuff in here, all the dynamic stuff in here. This is the main route where website will be, like paulinapoppers.com. And therefore, it's this, the very first plus paste.svelte that gets seen by SvelteKit to render in this place. And we also have some helper libraries here. Well, we have a lib directory for convention here with no helpful files at the moment, but we'll be adding stuff. .SvelteKit directory, this gets created for you by the dev server. You don't need to look into that almost ever. Don't look at it. It's like the Ark of the Covenant. But I think that's it for the beginning. I think that covers what you get from the SvelteKit wizard. And then we can get into some like fundamental CSS, which is great. So sip of coffee. And so here, all of this has the default browser styles, which may look different in a different browser. Actually, I'll try to open Safari here and see what happens. And you'll see that, does it look kind of different? Maybe it doesn't actually. Ah, it does. It has like slightly different margins. So different browsers have slightly different margins. It used to be much different. Things are converging now. Do I even have like Firefox? Should I double check this? Am I making this up nowadays? Are they all the same? They are not. They're different. And especially Safari can be especially tricky to develop on, especially when you do stuff with like cookies and stuff. So yeah, the fonts like default to the same thing according to my operating system, which is Mac, but it will look different on Windows. So that's a difference there. But it seems like the things about that heading one like should be about this big is kind of standardized. Like it should be this big, it should be kind of bold. It seems like it's been standardized here. I do not have Arc, which I assume is a browser, but correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me all about it, because I only have the context clue to go by that it may be a browser. Refresh this. Why not? We won't be doing anything more in Safari or Firefox today. Is there a CSS file? No. Right. So, styling. You have this default browser things that the H1 should be this big and this thick, but you can override this because you have a designer, you think you're a designer, you want to do something else. That I will quickly look into Arc. Like if I had to guess, it would be like security-based browser, like the Brave browser, but it seems it's different. Oh, and it has like a colorful landing page, which I always love. Whoa. Well, I'll definitely be looking into this. this is why I should be starting the Pomodoro timer, because it gives me more time to like chill and look out at projects like this. Oh, is this DaisyUI? I think this is DaisyUI actually. Oh, it's an inline style. You can see the justify start, so like my gut is telling me that they're using Tailwind CSS and DaisyUI, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, and they're doing like a 3D transform scale it up, which doesn't look that nice in my screen, but maybe in the stream it looks decent. Like there is some font aliasing happening here. But I like the design of this page. I like the mission. I will be trying it out. I assume the longer you've tried it, you like it? Right, got too excited with this. Right, so what if you want your heading to be like really big? There are a few ways you can do that with SvelteKit and with Svelte for that matter. You can do it in the way that most resembles vanilla HTML. You can open a style tag here and then say that, oh, this H1 that I have here, I want it to have color papaya whip and then be unreadable. And I want the p tag to have a color of anything but papaya whip, aquamarine. But since I've successfully made this all unreadable, like what can I do? I could make the background color like blank, and then I can read that the headline at least, but I don't want that. I want the whole page to be black. If you've done HTML before in the CSS, you may think that you can target like the body and say background blank, but that doesn't work in SvelteKit, or if you do like background color or whatever. Or if you do HTML, like neither of those things are gonna work, because by default Svelte is doing scoped styles. So anything you put in here in the stand tag will only be affecting components that appear in this file. So in this page.svelte, this style will apply specifically and only to this H1. Even if I have other H1s in the page, or even if I have other paragraphs in the page, this style will only apply into this specific paragraph. So let's create a components directory and have like a hero.svelte component. Let's do some component-based development here, and have a section here that says like I am the hero section. And let's go to our page and add the hero section component here. Let's add lang is TypeScript here. You can see that our papaya whip color is just on the p tag that appears here, even though here we say that p tag should be aquamarine. In other frameworks, specifying something like this would be a global style, would be affecting every p in the document. I should have picked any other tag other than that p, because it sounds a bit weird, but here we are. However, that means you can also not access elements that don't exist in this component, like HTML. You cannot access the HTML of the document. The root of the document is an HTML tag, or the body tag, another common place where you may want to add like background color and stuff. How do you do that with SvelteKit? There are a couple of ways. If you desperately want to do it, you can specify a :global and then put the tag that you want there, and then that will immediately capture everything. It will be a global style, in fact, and you can do that with any tag. So if you actually want to target every paragraph, then you can prefix it with this global matcher. But you shouldn't. That's a bad way to do it. This global HTML, like, why would this component be responsible for like the HTML tag? Why would this component be responsible for every p tag on your document? Then the other components will need to be aware that, oh, there is something else that affects the color of this paragraph. That's the tricky part. That's why you want to avoid global styles like this in components. But you can also have a good old CSS file, which commonly you just put it in the root of the project. And since we have like an app definitions and an app HTML, maybe we can have like an app CSS. And in here, we can say HTML body black. That's another thing. Background color black. But in order to read the CSS file, we need to import it somewhere. For now, let's just say we only have the one route, this main route. Inside the script tag, we can say, let's import our app CSS, and then immediately all instructions that are in that CSS file will apply. So instead of targeting the color here, maybe we can just copy this and say that actually everything by default should have the aquamarine color, and then you can override it as needed. So if you want this to be in like dark mode or something. And here, let's just say that this specific one maybe has like a bigger font size. And therefore this one even bigger. Cool. If you want more advanced CSS features, Svelte does offer a preprocessor for styles, and we'll be using PostCSS because that's what Tailwind is using as well. So we'll add that link here. But this was a quick primer on CSS. This is a way to do styles with Svelte, but I do find the way I enjoy doing most of my styling is Tailwind, which is a framework that has specified classes for us in order to be able to like do components like this more easily. It has like a ton of utility classes. And maybe something I haven't talked about is a way you would target just the specific H1 if you didn't, if you weren't using SvelteKit, which takes care to only have this H1 target the one that appears in this document, is by doing classes. So you could have a class of like title, like page title or whatever, and then you'd say title here, and that's how it would apply in this case. But keep in mind that even this would be scoped just this component in order to free you up and be able to use title in other places on your website. So if we actually look at the inspector, Svelte has also added like this weird Svelte with a has class here. So if we look at the styles, they actually only apply in a .title class that is also alongside this Svelte with weird has page. So in fact, if I go to the other component that we have, and we say that this, I also want to be the title, it won't be affected because it has the title class, but it's not aside this Svelte weird has class. It's aside the Svelte different weird has here. And I guess because there are like no styles in there, like it has no styles, it doesn't specify anything, so it doesn't do the has. But if I were to do again style I wanted to have a title class even here and say that I want the font size to be 5.5, that's the one that would be listened to, because this one, the style gets applied to .title plus this weird has, not this. Oh, you're gonna see this. Sorry, I was proud of talking about this. So they've added like these weird Svelte classes with hasses. You have the title that's alongside the 19.1 OT like has, and this title that has the PDE they has. And that's how these specific styles that we've added on the left get applied. Just my head is sadly on the way there. they are looking for a title that's right alongside this class, and they only get applied like that. A bit behind the scenes on how this works, but this is rarely what I do to style my components and my websites. Now I just use Tailwind. If I wanted a global style, a global title class, I would apply it on app CSS, but Tailwind is a library with a ton of utility classes that capture quite a lot of common use cases, and they have examples for everything. So sometimes they apply two CSS rules in one. So an example that I would like, what else do they have? Like for borders here. They have like helpers to apply left and right margins without worrying about the order you need to specify them in. There are quite a few things in CSS that are gotchas, like the one that I heard recently is that if you want something to have a border, you need to specify it has a border and it has this width, like 1 pixel or 2 pixels or whatever else. If you don't want it to have a border, then you do nothing, I guess. But even if you specify that the border width is 8 pixels, it will still not appear, which is kind of crazy. Like, is this true? Can we do this now? Bootstrap 5 is, you know, something. It's nice. We'll be using DaisyUI, which is kind of like Bootstrap for Tailwind on top. And I did avoid it for a while, but I think it's actually good. And of course, like back in the version of Bootstrap 2 and Bootstrap 3, I used quite a lot. But it's been many years since then, many years since Font Awesome and stuff. But these were great days for web development, for sure. But simpler times, I guess. Right, so should I actually like sidetrack myself here? So I add like a border width in this paragraph and I see no border. Is it because I also need like a border color? Make it white. No, because you also need to specify like a border style of like solid. Like you need to specify like 2 things just to give this a border width of something. Why is the default like not 0 pixels? And then if I say 2 pixels, immediately I get a border. There is of course the shorthand like border property where you can say 2 pixels and you know, color, whatever. You can do this in one line, but this is still like too many attributes. Why is it not this? And like it's like this will not work. You need to also specify I want the solid border. The solid border should be the default, and if you want to switch to that, you should change it here. I'm definitely rambling about this thing. My point is that Tailwind very often in places where in CSS you need to know to use like 2 things or 3 things because it's a weird thing like 20 years ago they didn't think through. Tailwind just does it for you, applies like the 3 classes that you actually needed, the 3 CSS properties that you actually needed to make what you really want to happen. That's why I like it. I also like it because the recommendation site is excellent. And I have liked it before it was cool and popular, but I like it even more now that it's super popular and everywhere you can go to tons of sites, like even the art one seems to be using Tailwind inspired classes or Tailwind itself, because it means problems are more Googleable. Like you can Google something, you can find excellent docs. If not, then there is going to be someone else who is using Tailwind, which is a lot of the word nowadays, and they'll know. You don't need to find like this edge cases like, oh, in Safari, like this doesn't clear, like all of those things. You don't need to worry about it. There is more information about going about solving your problems with Tailwind. Oh. So that's why that's what we'll be bringing in now. I think that's the next step. We talked about scoped CSS for now. So we'll go back to the ugly styles. There is nothing wrong with adding some additional styles on top of Tailwind. So if I want something like an animation, for example, very often, or something that's not covered by Tailwind, I guess usually it's like animations because it feels like they've thought of almost everything nowadays. Or if it's something like very new, for example, container queries came first in real life, supporting a few browsers, and then in Tailwind with an extension. But that's by the by. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with mixing styles in Svelte, templates in Svelte files, with Tailwind classes. I think that's great. That's a great solution. Like, use both. And that's why I wanted you to understand what the styles, how the scoped styles here work with Svelte. But for now, I don't think we have the use case for them, so we'll just delete them. We'll keep these like for the funsies. And then add the Tailwind. They have great docs, as I said, and they have some docs that are kind of good. Like, this already exists. You don't need to actually add it, but it doesn't really matter. They're telling us many things to add, so we will add them. So npm install our dependencies. Tailwind CSS post CSS implicitly already installed an auto prefixer. This is the thing that adds prefixes to your style attributes in order for them to work in different browsers, like Chromium and stuff, versus WebKit stuff. And it thinks it's not gonna like Svelte 5, but it's gonna be fine. And then they have a utility command to create our Tailwind config. By the way, Tailwind 4 is coming, so they're catching up to Bootstrap finally. And I'm very excited to use that one as well. So it created two files for us. The Tailwind config and the post CSS config. This guy. Tailwind does support having your config in TypeScript, but I don't think Svelte supports this. So we'll see. Let's make it work as it is. We need to tell Tailwind where our content lives. Since it's a SvelteKit project, everything is going to be in the source directory, maybe deeply nested, and we're looking for Tailwind classes in HTML files, not really TypeScript files, Svelte and not really JavaScript files, Svelte and TypeScript files. So that's it for now. This is enough config for now. And then in our app CSS, we'll actually need to bring in Tailwind based on this config. So on our app CSS, first thing we can do is paste these three things. And immediately one of the things that Tailwind does is add a CSS reset. So your app will look the same in every browser and in every OS, operating system. So let's see what happens when I save. Can it happen? No? So Tailwind, I find, is one of the things that need a dev server restart because maybe the config starts. So indeed, now you see like different font, and most importantly, no browser is saying an H1 should be bigger than anything else. So everything should be uniform by default, and then you can decide how big should your title be, and so on and so forth. And I guess just to prove that Tailwind itself is working, besides the reset, let's give this the Tailwind class text like 6XL, and then it becomes huge. And this is the point where in my pre-tier I will be adding the plugin for Tailwind CSS. This is a handy plugin which will be reordering my classes in a uniform way, so everyone's code with Tailwind has the classes applied in the same order. So let's see if that works. Text, let's say white. So this became white. And you can see if someone else like applied the white first. Didn't actually work. Let's pin install again. So I was hoping that my prettier would be formatting this. Sometimes like, VS Code needs like a reload window or whatever for it to work. Interesting. What if I run npm run format? Would it actually task this file? Oh, I don't have this plugin that I added because I'm a fool. I'm a fool of a took. So yeah, without this plugin, then Prettier can't run and organize your files as you want them. So let's see now what's happening. Maybe now VS Code needs a reload. All right, now it works. So you can see if I added like this text 6XL here first, like with a few like extra spaces that mean nothing, then the Tailwind plugin for Prettier will put it in like the second position. And when you have many Tailwind classes, which is one of the things that the haters always bring up, that like I need a wider monitor because there are so many Tailwind classes here, like I can't stand it. At least your classes will be in order here. And another thing that I like is that if I mess up with a class, then it puts it in first place. So if I've done a misspelling, like if I can't sometimes remember, is this a Tailwind class or am I making it up? Is it something different? It will be formatted to be in the first place. And then I will know that I did something wrong. I probably mistyped something. And now I'm actually applying the Tailwind class. I also have the Tailwind plugin for VS Code, which will suggest Tailwind classes for me, have the previews for the colors according to what you have in the config, all those are good things to try out and be aware of. Cool. Anything else they tell us here? No, they just tell us like make sure to explicitly say that your styles are post-CSS, which I don't think it matters anymore. But I think we're good with Tailwind itself. Should we say something about layers? They have this concept of like the base layer, and when you're using Tailwind, it may be a good idea to add things to like the base layer instead of just hanging like this in your HTML. But yeah, nobody is gonna sew in your house beat you up. This is not really gonna affect this. It's just about the order of operations the CSS gets applied. This is a bit safer and a bit makes it a bit easier for libraries to like override your styles, or if you know what you're doing, to override other styles by adding them to a different layer. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that much. But we've gone so far and we haven't done anything that's Svelte 5 related. So what could we do? We could add the flag here in the compiler options for runes true. To ensure that I don't fall back into old Svelte stuff, which are things like this, I guess, I suppose. Would that work? So yeah, now Svelte is gonna say, don't do this anymore. This is like Svelte 4 and below. With Svelte 5, you need to do something else. If you want to console load, you need to like do the inspect, whatever, doesn't really matter. We won't do this today. Maybe we will. Let's do it. Nah, it's not a realistic problem, so I'm not gonna show it like that. Thus ensuring that I won't trip up and use older Svelte stuff. Here only Svelte 5 stuff. And why did they do this? I guess it's because I want to pass in something in this component. But I don't know what. What could it be? We can have like the puppy pictures, I guess. So like projects, photoshoots, puppers, pets. Like let's create like a pets component. Like pets.svelte, and let's say it's like an unordered list, and it's pets as pet. We put in the pet name. Sure, that sounds fine. That sounds good. So in the script tag, you can do that here. The Svelte 4 and below way to do this, you may know, is export let pets. And then, like, this becomes a variable that the parent component can feed in. But that's like Svelte 4, that's too old. Move aside, old man. What you need now is to declare, to use props. The props hint helper, like it looks like a function. It's not a function, it's not a method, it's not something you call. It's complicated. And what you do is actually destructure the pets from the props, like this. And here it's like pets is not typed, so here you can go like full React and specify your props first and say that your pets is a thing that has like a property of name, which is a string, and the pets are an array of those. And then you can pass in the hint there that my props is this, and now it's happy. Now it knows that its pet does indeed have a name. Hello Lassa, nice to see you in the comments. And yeah, I found, as I said in the beginning of the stream, found myself that actually there are quite a few things that are different in Svelte 5. It's not just $state, it's not just the side effects and state management. Even the props and how you pass in slots, like Silder now, is different. So I should be showing it more, because that will catch people out as it has caught me. So classic one, we are now saying that this component does take a pet prop, pets prop. And let's do like some Tailwind stuff. Here. Let's say that this has a to Excel, and actually it's pet. That's like an H2, and then we'll be adding like nice pictures and stuff later. Yeah, so maybe make this like text bold. So in here, what do I call this? So maybe H3 here, and this section has like a, like the pet section has like a, what's it called? Highlighted good boys and girls. And in here, finally, we can try to use this component, but it's like, what is pets anyway? We can create this like in the script tag without thinking too much about it. I'm hoping that Copilot will give me cool names. Amazing. It gave me how many? That's insane. You went too much. You went too big. Well, that's fine. We just need to pass the pets here, and then this stops flipping out, and here they are, all our good boys and girls. They appear in this project. I don't think we'll be getting these from a database, but we will be getting them from server side in a load method, because that's cool to show. Hello Marcel, how are you doing? So yeah, we will be getting this from a load method. And then if you want to connect to a database, you can. But if you're working for a client, then maybe you don't need to. Maybe they don't need like a CMS system. Maybe you don't need a database. Maybe you can commit this to version control. That's by the by. We will be doing this soon. The point of this section was to show this component. How do we do props now? It's like this. And this is how you type them. And is this like the convention? Or am I just doing this because I've been doing React for a while? I think this is it. Right. Cool. So, basic Tailwind done. Now, component library. I haven't shown this in a live stream, how to set up DaisyUI. I'm always very wary of setting up component libraries and creating component libraries as well, because Tailwind is great by itself, for sure. And Tailwind made sense. I mentioned earlier that Adam is working on Tailwind 4, which may break things. And then if you depend on a framework that is depending on Tailwind, then like, will you be able to use Tailwind 4? Like, how fast will they adapt to Tailwind changes? Who knows? We'll see. I think, it will just work in the case of Daisy, but there are some other libraries that are a bit more squirrely when it comes to their Tailwind integration. So we'll see. I do think DaisyUI is safe. And as I say, the most popular component library for Tailwind, CSS. And it has the great thing, which is like my deal breaker now. Like, I do not want to install a component library that is published on npm, and then I import components by themselves, because inevitably I'll want to change those components and I won't be able to, because my use case is my own and you haven't thought of it, or you won't make it because you're adhering to like the most common use cases of others. Like, at some point it will be only one component in your app. Of course, it won't happen all the time, but the one time you need it, you won't be able to get under the hood to do it. But with DaisyUI, because all they're doing is combining a few classes together, I think if you don't like the way like the dropdown looks, then you just don't use it, or you amend it, or you add different classes to it, and you're good to go. I guess that's the big difference. Tailwind does allow for you to compose classes together, so you can create a button class, for example, which adds 3 things together, which Adam doesn't think is a good idea, prefers to have like just the styles, and then you create a component, for example, that's like the title component. But DaisyUI does think that maybe having a button class is better. I should be showing this as an example. So let's say in the hero section, we want like a call to action. You always want a call to action. Let's say that we have like a button. I'm having too much fun with this. I should keep things simpler. Let's say that we have like this button, and then to make it look like a button, we want like a different background color. We want to add padding and a shadow, which is not readable on light mode, and we want like border radius. Don't actually call border radius, you call it rounded. And maybe let's make the text like white. Right, so you have that. We have quite a lot of Tailwind classes already, and we can make this bounce, which we may do like later. guess we need to do like relative, and then when it's active, let's say that it does minus top 1 or something. So now it jumps when you tap it, which is like extra satisfying, and every component, every good button worth its salt should have this. Amazing. But now you're like, I have like this button, I have only the one button, so if I want to redesign it, I just go in here and it's fine. But what if I want to use this button, like many buttons in my website? Should I be copying pasting like all of this and then like command find and replace like in 100 instances of the button, or like 5 instances of the same button? That doesn't work. So some people may say that I'll just create like a button class, and I'll go like to my app CSS and say, maybe we'll just say in this layer that the button class will apply like all of the classes that I copied now. And here we go, we're back. Every button in your app can have this class and you're good to go. If you want to change something, then you just go here in the one place and you adapt it. So if you wanted to have like hover styles, then you just do it here and you move on with your life. You don't need to update it in like the 10 places that you have it in your app. Which I get it, I like it, I do use it. That's the DaisyUI approach, and maybe that's why I like the library. But you don't have to do that when you're using a framework like SvelteKit, like Next.js, because what you should probably be doing is thinking in components. So in here, like you can still have like the, I need to copy the classes again. You'll still have the million classes in your button, but you'd actually be extracting this in a component. So maybe you'll call this like a primary button or something. And then you'll have like this one button, primary button component, and you'll be coming in here to change it, and it will apply in all these usage across your app. So just one place to make all your changes. Same approach, it's just thinking more in components than in old school CSS. Not a right versus wrong approach, just a different approach that I also like. The problem with this is that maybe in this case, this is not a button, this is not in a form, and when the user clicks, no side effect happens other than navigation, in which case it's actually a link. So if you had the composite class of this, you could just say, all right, now I apply it to like an anchor, and it's an anchor with an href, and you move on with your life. And I just have like the button class here. It looks like a button, but semantically it's an anchor, it's a link. Screen readers like it, people know what it does. It's good. Here you need to have like primary button that's also like, and also create another component that's like primary link. But maybe that's good. It's just different approaches that you want to consider. We will have the primary button here, but we'll be using DaisyUI classes in there. But first, if we do have this button, let's say we use the primary button here. And let's say that in like, surely not each pet will have a button, surely not. But yeah, let's not overthink this. Let's say we have like 3 primary buttons in here. We don't want them to have the same text. So how do you do slots? Exactly. So this is the no slots point. How do you do that? Previously, in SvelteKit, you could be passing in here the copy that you wanted. And then in your primary button, instead of having this, you just say render the slot, and it works because this is the Svelte 4-way, and I'm kind of surprised that I don't get the highlighting here, even though I'm in like strict mode. I wonder if here I got like something. I should have, so that's something to raise with the team. But slots are out. That's not the way to do it in Svelte 5, even though it still works. For compatibility, like lots of things are gonna work. I guess here, because it recognizes that this component is not using props, I'm getting the highlight here. So that's something. Anyway, how are you supposed to do this in Svelte 5? It's props again. So it's the same thing as we did in the pets component here. So we can just copy paste this and say that, let's hide this for a while. Instead of a slot, then by default, if you don't name a snippet here in our page, if we just, in our hero, if we just pass it in like here, like we would pass the default slot before, then this gets passed in magically as children, like React. But unlike React, you don't just do this. You do at render, I believe, and then the children, or at render and then children, you call it. It's a method. So a bit different, a bit squirrely, but we'll get there. And the way you type it is also something that I need to look up because I don't quite remember it. I think like you get, you know, snippet from Svelte. Oh, did I find a way to do it? Did I stumble on the way to do it? It means that they've thought this out well, I suppose. If I can magically type something and it appears, then they've thought this through well. So indeed, now this page is happy, the hero component is happy, knows that you can get stuff here. Everything's good. New with Svelte 5 is this concept of snippets that may be a bit tricky. I won't go further into this. But yeah, the cool thing with the render is that it is an easier way to be able to pass different components to put in different places. Before we had slots and named slots, and we could say, okay, we have this card, and you can pass in your own component to be the header. But it wasn't that easy, I would say. Whenever you wanted to pass in strings, I would say that it was a bit confusing. Leave it at that. But you're right, longer in the sun, that render is a great way to pass another components as props, and we may do more in this later in this episode. So new in Svelte 5 is snippets, and anything you pass in like this in a component is the default snippet, which they call children. You can render it as children, but you can pass in like icon, and this is supposed to be a component if you type it like this, and then you render the icon component, which may be like an SVG icon component if you're using something like Popanator or SvelteKit. We will be doing this actually, so we may see how it happens. Right, so yeah, that was another thing with Svelte 5, like a huge thing with Svelte 5 that I would need to use that I hadn't realized, because as I said, I thought that Svelte 5 is mostly about state management and side effects, but even the props, even the slots, that's a huge thing that is changing now with Svelte 5. So it's good to get familiar with this approach. I also knew about snippets, which is a way to define that, okay, maybe this row, like each row of a table, you can do it inline the same component. But I don't particularly find the utility of this. I always just create a new component, but I can see people being like, oh, it's too much work to create a new component for this, I don't want to do it. But actually now you do need to be familiar with snippets, because slots deprecated, you're supposed to do this now. Cool. So where were we at? Still, now we're getting to DaisyUI, and they do have examples of what they want us to, what we could be bringing in here. Theme controller they have now. I think that's new, but none of these I like as much as I like my own, so I'm not gonna use it. But let's install DaisyUI first. All we need to do is bring in yet another dependency. DaisyUI at latest. They're brave. They're like, we want the latest code here. And then all we need to do is go to our Tailwind config and require this plugin. And immediately when in dark mode, because I prefer dark mode, I guess in other episodes where I've set up Tailwind, that's where I go into like an even bigger rant about how I like to do light mode, dark mode, what type of CSS variables that I use, like BG, surface 100 or 200. But having worked with other engineers, yet again, working with my own stuff as a basis and foundation, I find the things that I do explainable because I do try to take inspiration from other big frameworks and things that are popular in the world, other YouTubers, other, I wouldn't say like other big minds in engineering, as if I'm a big mind in engineering, but big figures, like actual big figures in this field. And I try to adapt to their opinions and convert it into something. But then I have to explain to others that, you know, I like this one from this person and that one from that person. And that's why my app CSS looks like this and defines like these variables. But with something like DaisyUI, I don't have to explain that much. I can say I set up DaisyUI, and you can go here in their docs and see in their color sections how exactly they are defining their CSS variables and their classes and their colors. And that's much easier to explain because they have the official docs. There is no official docs for my mind, I'm afraid. You can switch to like all these wonderful fonts that they have by default, decent fonts, I would say, that they have by default, and see how it would apply to your app. And yeah, that's why I think like my new starter projects and JOHNNIFY itself is using this, because if you start off from this and you see like base 100, you can look it up and you'll find this like popular project using it. You'll understand what's happening. While the things I was doing, like BG Surface 1, it's like, oh, who is using this nowadays? Unclear. And this one is not like hipster stack. This is like 29,000 stars. That's like, that's popular for sure. But of course, this is across frameworks and not just SvelteKit as well. Another thing that I like about not using component libraries is that very often there will be component libraries for React. Tailwind itself is offering with Tailwind UI all access React library, but I don't want to do React all the time. Like sometimes I want to do Svelte. If you're using something that is just let's copy paste like some classes, then it will work with anything. It will work with Svelte. It will work with HTMX, whatever hipster stack thing you want to work on today. Right, so this is set up, and we get, I do believe, like dark mode by default. Let's see, so emulate prefers color scheme light, and I do go light mode. Great. So by default, I get what they think is a sensible light mode and a sensible dark mode. We will go deeper into that, but before I forget, I won't be adding these base styles for now. And I guess in this primary button, let's just see what they have for buttons. Let's do like button primary, which, if you're familiar with Bootstrap, this will be very familiar to you. So there you go. And they're doing something clever behind the scenes here where you can actually specify, it will actually understand if your primary color needs contrast, and if the contrast will be better if the text in front of it needs to be dark. I guess if it's like, if the background color is above a threshold of lightness, the text will be dark. If it's below a threshold of lightness, the text will be white automatically, which is neat. I guess that's the case for the ghost color for this theme. But I don't know if it's the default theme here. So I'm not sure what we'll do there. Let's see for the components. Let's see if they have like a cool component we can use now. Maybe like a card. Get me to the page. You can do it. We were there before. They have like a nice overview page with like placeholders for everything. What I really like about these things are the mockups. Have like a browser mockup that looks quite nice, code mockup. Like they have like quite a lot of cool examples. As much as I like Tailwind itself, because their docs have like so many cool examples, DaisyUI has amazing examples as well. So well done to that project. This is an amazing project for sure. But this is not gonna be an app like portfolio for nerds, for engineers like me. It's gonna be for cool photographers. So let's see, like maybe just a class component. Maybe just a card component. There are some things that I found like don't quite work. This one does work and looks like quite cool. It's coming down. But like the toggle we tried to use in the previous stream and it didn't quite work. And then no problem, just you know, style your own toggle and you're good to go. No need to worry too much about it. So yeah, which one of our good boys would look best? Like how much we want? Oh, glass. Sure, put them on glass. Beautiful. Not readable. So we'll see. Let's create like a pet card component. And see how this works. Do we have like a random asset generator for this? We'll look into it later. So this will be a prop, I guess, for the pet names. We can copy this. Maybe the props is just the name. And you can put the name here and then, you know, some more blah, blah, blah under. I don't know if we'll actually have an action. We'll see. We're just using this for inspiration mostly. But for now, in our pets, I guess, in here, we could say that its list item is actually a pet card. And name is name here. Structure it from here. And there you go. We can use some other CSS to make them like, we'll probably use like a nice grid for them for bigger screens. So do they have like a grid here? Layout typography. That feels like something I would just be looking into Tailwind itself. Yeah, I think so. More layout stuff? No, not really. Just a card. So in Tailwind, let's just go to grid. This is a place where I would create a more custom grid, not something that Tailwind has out of the box, and something that's like a bit more responsive, a bit more clever. And I often have links into other videos that I found inspirational in this, and I'll talk about them later. Grid list, what's this? This? Interesting. That may be what we want? Not really. So I just want some template columns, I guess, so just this. I just need to do this by heart. Horsing around. So grid. So how do I actually min-max here? I guess let's say that in like bigger screens, the grid becomes like 3. Let's not over-engineer this and spend a lot of time. Just yet. So it feels like medium plus breakpoint we can do this. Just about. Maybe XL breakpoint we can get away with grid calls 3. Yeah, not even visible here in this case. And yeah, I guess each one would have a cute pet picture and say something about the breed, like they love this, or something about the photo shoot and like see more pictures, something like that. And again, this can be an anchor and not a button. And here, or you can do like tags. Can easily switch to the secondary buttons. You can alternate, like you can do lots of things here. Lots and lots of things. Yes, this is a case where this could be just a snippet you define in the pets component. But would you really want to do that? Not sure. Unclear. Yeah, so maybe in this section, this is also like flex call. Or maybe just this, maybe 6. We move on with our lives. Cool. All right, so we have like this default theme. How do you like make this more personal and not like every other theme in the world? I think that's worth talking about here. Let's do my reset first. So as always, I do link to a nice article by Josh on his CSS reset and why he does the things that he does. Some things that Tailwind itself doesn't catch, but some it does catch. I've combined Josh's thoughts with some of my own, and I have this CSS reset. Which I will copy paste and like quickly go over. Yes, I haven't set up anything else. So what do we have? Again, Josh's article for a lot of these. Some of it is how to make the content always be the minimum width height of the page. Anything else that's like quite interesting? Text wrap pretty, that's a bit of a new one, and text wrap balance for making your paragraphs and titles a bit better on some browsers, but not all of them. I do like using CSS variables for things like my default font, and it was Kevin actually that convinced me. I have my own video about Google fonts and how to best bring them in with SvelteKit, which you should have a look at some point here. Like it's later in the episode because we won't be bringing in a custom font. So great video, always like for the short videos, like the effort that goes into making them is huge, but also is the pleasure of putting in like little jokes like this freeze frame that maybe you wouldn't have caught. But that's, by the way, Kevin did make a video a bit later, who I'm sure doesn't know who I am, but he is a great YouTuber as well. Kind of convincing people that your sans font, like your main font of your website, should just be the system font, and that's going to be fine. Thinking, reflecting on this now, I do think it would make your app look more professional if you open it on your phone and then suddenly it looks like the Helvetica, I guess. What do they have? They have like the actual font that every other app on your phone uses, and keep your custom font, the font that you bring in through the way that I explained in that video that I showed. Keep it for your serif font. Keep it for the one that people are going to remember, because no one is really going to remember your sans font, the thing that you use on most of your website. They're going to remember your nice fancy font. So make your website lightweight by defaulting to the system fonts for some things, but the one that you think is gonna make the biggest difference. Maybe the one that your logo uses or something, but that's what we're gonna be using today. And that's why now my sans font is this. I do think that designers now have caught on with like Tailwind and stuff, and they're like, oh, let's do like Inter. But do you even really need to do Inter? Like, it's not gonna make a difference. Bring in a cool serif font if you have to, if you want to differentiate your brand. Having a unique font is a way to differentiate your brand. It's something people will cut out, but only if it has like these serifs, I guess. If it has that handwritingness, cursiveness, these angles, these curves, that's the thing people remember. Some serif font can only be that different from one another. So if you need to have your users download some extra kilobytes, save it for the fancy fonts, the cursive ones, the serif ones, the handwriting ones, maybe the mono ones, I don't know. So that's what I'm doing with this CSS property. I specify my font sans and then pass it in to the Tailwind config. So I can copy and paste my Tailwind config from across projects actually, and just go here in the CSS and update this. And as it happens, creator of Tailwind as well also believes that's a great idea. Because the Tailwind font 4 seems to be, its configuration seems to be based on what you specify in a CSS file. You specify some variables like this, and that's all you need. Great, we're in alignment once again. I also specify padding inline for clamping my website into something more pleasant than this. Like when things hit the edge, like it just doesn't feel good. And that's why I have some dynamic padding. That's either 1 rem, that's between 1 rem and 3 rem, but ideally is 5 percentage of your viewport width. So ideally it's 0.5 of your viewport width, because that looks pleasing. But the minimum should be 1 and the maximum should be 3. So that's an idea that I'm trying out. Which I probably also read about in either small CSS or Kevin articles. And the radius, which I'm going to use to augment the DaisyUI stuff with the themes. We're going to use that later. And some dark and light mode stuff. And everywhere there is a color I want to transition. I have some things, again, based on small CSS by Stephanie and Kevin's videos, which maybe we won't be using today, so I won't be copying, and navigation based stuff. So quite a lot of stuff actually here. So for now, if we're just gonna do my reset stuff, I will say this, not even the, I will not do it. I will just do this stuff. Will that make this site look any different? The answer is no. It does, because we're doing the anti-aliasing as well. So you may have noticed like the fonts just become a bit more crisper. So that's the only thing that does sound a bit better. Oh, hello. Thanks for joining the chat as well. I've really enjoyed our conversation in Discord. We will be doing a stream soon on the Auth stuff, because that's very, very cool. If you join the Discord as well, you can see GitHub's solution to having an end-to-end tested registration flow with email and password that you can kind of easily amend, like the hard work has been done to work with magic links as well. And as always, like registering, getting the users through the registration flow and the sign-in flow is the most important thing on any app, but it's also such a hassle to set up that lots of people avoid it. Not GDIP. We did it. I just had like some advice, and then you implemented like same day delivery. That was amazing. So check that out there. I am in the stream, so I do think that was you. So again, very thankful. We will be touching upon end-to-end tests in this video, and in a subsequent live stream we're going to go through multi-click authentication based on that Playwright solution too, but not the Auth stuff today, because this app is not going to have any Auth. It's just a simpler, back to the basics marketing or portfolio side. So CSS Reset applied, and also Dilongo, I have a fancy font on mine. Of course, font fancy. I often call them like the variable. I do often call it font fancy for my fancy one. For sure. Right. So these variables are not applied anywhere. Where should we apply them? Well, it's time to override a few things in the Tailwind config. Sometimes you can extend the thing, but for me, I just, when it comes to fonts, I just specify the ones that I'm going to be using in this app. Is that true, or did I make it up? Let's see. Never know. Yes, so I do override all the defaults that Tailwind has in their website here for the font family, and say the font family, the only one I expose in this app for now is Sans. And use the one that I've set as the CSS variable here. So in theory, if I go, well, go in any component journey and say like font serif, I don't get the auto completion here. And this is going to do nothing because it's overridden. Only the font sans should be autocorrected. Sometimes this doesn't quite work. I also expected that this could go like in first place, because sans is a real thing, but font serif is not, because my config is saying don't use a serif font. This does nothing. But if I do inspect this thing, if I do inspect this header, my hope is that it's not going to be applying any extra styles there. So the font serif class is not a real thing, doesn't exist, because I've overridden the default fonts that are available for Tailwind with the thing I just did in the Tailwind config. But again, maybe another engineer wants to use the serif font for this one, and then it doesn't work, and then they come to me and it's like, what happened, Johnny? And then I have to explain that, oh, I do this, because then you know that I don't have any serif fonts in this app. So if you explicitly want a serif font, then we just talk to the designer and bring one in properly, not just bring it in from the Google CDN. And then they'll tell me, but I wanted to use the system serif fonts, and no problem with that, right? So why didn't you override it? And we get into an argument, but that's by the by. That's my reasoning for putting the font family here in the the top block of the theme property and not in the extent, because I do want to override the ones that I'm not using. But, you know, if you want to put it in the extent one, no one is going to tell you you did anything wrong. It's perfectly accurate. Right, so that's for the font. We also have the padding inline, and by default, when you use a container in Tailwind, so let's try to use one somewhere. Let's say that our page, like here, it's actually encased in a main block. So when you use a container in Tailwind, your content does get contained correctly, but it's not center aligned, which is insane. Like whenever I use a container, I want to center things. That's a rare case where the Tailwind convention is not something that was my convention as well. But they have thought of this. So they do have a Tailwind config option to override this not sensible default that they have. Like in reality, I'm sure that it's super sensible, and they'll say, well, actually we're doing it like this because blah, blah, blah. But they have like this simple option that you can specify here, where we'll say, well, actually the container, I want it to be centered by default, like without you having to do anything else. And will this do nothing? Probably not. Did it do anything? It's hard to say. But if the docs say that they did something, then it must have. So I will trust this. Ah, yes, it did. Because you can see that there is some padding to the left, while before there was none. It was all the way to the left because it wasn't centered. And now it's centered. But I also want a more sensible amount of padding. So you cannot actually override the amount of padding that the container should have by default, like instead of 0. And I do the padding inline CSS property that I explained before. That should be at minimum 1 rem. But according to your screen, it may be bigger or it may be smaller. So all of that is great. Expected this to be like even more centered. That's the thing that's throwing me off. So what's that about? What's that about? Yeah, I guess in the list item, each one should be center aligned. Fair enough. Oh. Right, so now it has the perfect margin inside the list as needed. It'll look much nicer. Should have been even bigger. Should have been even bigger, I guess. We've managed to find the breakpoint where this doesn't look nice anymore. So on LZ only. Yeah, that's a bit much. But that's not the real thing. That's not the real design. We'll be changing this anyway. This is just to show off a few things. So what's the last CSS property that I wanted to use? Defined here, the radius. Of course, this brings me in to maybe dark mode, I guess. Because we're going into DaisyUI themes. So they have like a million themes for you to use. Some of them burn your eyes. But most of them are quite pleasant, even like the light mode ones. They look good. But they have tons, and you can override and have your own. And by default, I suppose they do like, this is your light one, this is your dark one, kind of boring. Each one you may notice, it has also different border radii, which may clue you in on what we'll be doing with that radius CSS variable quite soon. But my point is, you shouldn't be bringing in every font that DaisyUI has. And even though, like, you could apply any font, like the retro font, for example. The way this library works, if on your HTML you apply like a data theme, then it's gonna read it and apply it if you are on light mode. So let's emulate light mode. Did I make it up? Do they not do data theme? Let's see, how does it actually work? It does. Maybe I need to specify them in the Tailwind config, and we should move on to the next thing. Maybe. So let's do it the proper way. I thought that they were bringing in everything that they have by default, but they don't, which is very sensible. So great, not as important first step as I thought, because you don't zip like a million lines of CSS for themes that you're not going to use. It's sensible to provide like a light mode and a dark mode. Maybe like light, dark, and contrast. Maybe light contrast and dark contrast, and light and dark like 4, but that's pushing it. Like only provide 2 to 3 themes. No need to provide more. How do we do that with DaisyUI? They have this thing where in the Tailwind config you can specify the DaisyUI property now, since you've added the DaisyUI plugin. And you can say I want to use the light mode, the light theme, the dark theme, and the cupcake theme, or maybe the retro theme here. And if I have the retro theme specified, maybe this is the thing we're missing. Now that we specify the retro theme, yes, it does work. I just need to refresh this. So now that we've specified the theme, we do get the retro theme here. But again, this isn't how you should do it. Like you should probably just have a light mode and a dark mode. And the way you can do that is you could pick your favorite themes from this list and decide which one do you want to be, like the light mode or the dark mode. Like you can even just have one. It's not like the end of the world. Like if the theme that you want to use, this one, is it that light that you need like a dark mode? Probably not. This retro one is quite nice actually. Yeah, let's do retro and coffee. It's just for showing this off, light and dark mode. So the first thing you put in, the first theme that you specify here in the Tailwind config is gonna be the one they use by default in light mode. So I'm gonna remove the retro here, plonk, and say that I want my retro to be the default font. So we switch to the default, to the retro mode by default. But what if I like dark mode? So let's stop emulating this. So we go to dark mode, we get the default dark mode. But what if we want the coffee one to be our dark mode? Then you'd expect that you put it as the second theme and it will become your dark mode one, but that's sadly not how it works. You need to have the dark theme loaded here for it to switch automatically to the dark theme one. So what you can do instead, and maybe for clarity, is passing the themes as objects. So they have an example of this here, where you can pass any theme as an object. And I guess in our case, it would be enough to say that my theme, its name is dark, so it will be used for dark mode. And then you can extend an existing theme by importing it like so. But we're not using required here. So actually, if I just want the coffee theme to be the dark theme, all I need to do is import themes from, and then so this red squiggly is an example of ESLint getting on my nerves, because it's like, I just wrote this, like, give me a chance to use it, like at least a yellow warning squiggly. Don't shout at me with red underlines as if I did something wrong. ESLint has no chill. So now I can say that my dark mode is just a spread of the themes coffee. So it's just this one, but because its name is dark, it will automatically apply when you're on dark mode. So again, let's do it on the big screen. You'll be able to see now that I don't emulate the color scheme. I prefer dark by default. It's dark. If I do emulate my preference to light, it will show the light one because it's the first one. If you want it to be like a bit clearer and more copy pastable for every project that you have, you can say, you can even specify that my light theme is going to be themes and whichever one you want. And then my dark theme is going to be this other one. It really wants to be in the same line. And that's nice, because what I also find is that you may like a couple themes that have different border radii, a different border radius for each one. Maybe what's happened with the two themes that you like, the one you've selected for light mode and the one you selected for dark mode, which I think is not good. It's not good design. I do think that your app should have the same radii, no matter if it's on light mode or dark mode. It should have different colors, but how curvy you want the corners should be consistent. You shouldn't be changing that when they toggle the theme. So for that, we can actually override a few things in the theme, and I'll take inspiration from my other project once again here. And I guess like I have a common overrides object, which is all about the padding, because they have quite a few components, like the boxes are rounded, the buttons are rounded, the tips, tabs are rounded, the badges are rounded, everything is rounded. So I like having this theme overrides object, which is based on all the properties you can actually override, which you can find here in the Tailwind UI docs. And once again, this annoys me. So now I will go to ESLint here and find the correct ESLint and say, just copy all of the annoying ones. Say these rules, I don't like them, turn them off. Blue underline, more reasonable. It doesn't take me out of the flow as much. Cool. So what was I doing? I can just spread the theme overrides, then after the theme that I like. And now on both themes, like the buttons will have equal curves, which is like the little thing that someone may notice, like if they flip light and dark mode, which they won't do, let's be honest. But if they did, it'd be like, wait a minute, the button's more curvy here. What's happening? Like they got this out of the box, didn't they? But you just do this, and even though you did get it out of the box, you tweaked just enough to look more professional. So pro tip right here. Hope you like it. The other thing that I may do is that your app may have specific primary color. So your brand could be like purple. So you'd want purple for your light mode to be like the main primary color, and the dark mode, and it's and you'd be doing it in the same way. Maybe not a generic theme overrides for your primary colors or your other colors. As you can see here, you can specify them like this: primary, secondary, accent, neutral, and maybe like the main surface color here you can change. Maybe you don't want them to be the same across both light mode and dark. The surface color, the base 100, definitely not, because it needs to be light on light mode, dark on dark mode. So you could have a lighter shade of purple, like less saturated one for light mode, more saturated for dark mode, which I think is what designers say is better. Like just to make your brand color pop a bit more on light mode, you actually need to have a bit more saturation. And then the feeling in our human minds would be the same, that it's the same color, even though science says it's not. Anyway, that's by the by. We won't be doing it today unless this gets in my nerves. We'll see. It remains to be seen. But I think this means that we go into toggling dark mode, because now it just respects my preference, but I cannot toggle it. What if I want to change from light mode to dark? You don't need to do that, but why not do it? And even though I have a few videos on dark mode, the one I'm linking today is the one by Adam, which also happened after the one I made. And I am still sure that Adam doesn't know who I am, but has great ideas always, and I love the GUI challenges that he often does for Google, the Chrome for Developers channel. I wish there was just a playlist or just a channel that just has Adam Argyle, those stuff. And GUI challenges, I love GUI challenges, there's like a million of them. And they have great ideas when it comes to dark mode and the dark and light theme suites. Like my favorite one, I do use different ones like for the apps, but my favorite one by far is like a little variation on the one that he shows in this video. Still to this day, this is my favorite one. That's such a nice animation. Anyway, that's by the by. One of the videos I've made was mostly about figuring out SvelteKit when that one was in beta or even alpha, I don't even remember at this point, and figuring out how to do cookies, because the next video was about Auth that really needed cookies. But why do dark mode with cookies? My reasoning for the video is not just to get grips, not just to get familiar with cookies, but also to avoid the flash of white, where if the server says this is light mode and then the SvelteKit side of JavaScript needs to switch it to dark mode, you would probably get a flash of white. And that happens in most frameworks because they are quite heavy, they take a long time to hydrate and run their own mount, side effect hooks, whatever they call them. So by the time the framework realizes user wants dark mode, you've blinded them. But what Adam suggests in that video essentially is that you can have a lightweight framework agnostic really script that you can run before you even load your framework. Adam, I don't think they actually talk about any framework here. I guess it's a Chrome channel, so they wouldn't be like, oh, use React or Svelte. Maybe they'll be talking about Angular. But that's an aside. It's a vanilla JavaScript and CSS solution, I suppose. And it just happens to work with SvelteKit. So that's the thing that I thought after watching this all those years ago. So that's what I'm doing today, an adapted version of this. So what's the theme? The idea, once again, is first to switch the Tailwind config and tell it I don't want it to try to decide on light and dark mode by you, Tailwind, looking into the preferences of the user. I want to be in charge of this. So the way we do that is we say we define that the dark mode shouldn't be the automatic like system type, the default. We want it to be the class type, but we won't actually be using a class. Because we are classy developers, we'll be using a data attribute, data theme, because that's more semantically correct. So we're specifying here, don't figure it out automatically, wait for a class to be applied, but instead of a class, wait for this attribute. Whenever you see this attribute, apply that theme, the dark mode theme, which is this one, I guess. So that's step one. Step two would be that now, if we could make our HTML have like the light tag, then we switch to the light theme. And if it has a dark tag, then we switch to the dark theme. So if we manage to serve that, we're good. But how does that get appended? We'll figure it out. There's one more thing to add from our CSS. And this is the point where without DaisyUI, I had like a million variables to add. And I think Adam in his video as well has quite a lot of CSS variables to apply. Now just using DaisyUI, you don't apply anything. But it is good to say, depending on the theme you want to use, maybe they're not specifying light or dark mode. So I do think it makes sense to specify this here in a separate tag or not, doesn't really matter. Like, it just makes it more obvious that this is for light theme and this is for dark theme. This, if you have any components that are different based on the operating system and light and dark mode, or whether you have accents and stuff, like a vanilla file input, for example, or a vanilla checkbox or a toggle, a radio, then specifying the color scheme light or dark is the one that will make the browser style this as if you are in dark mode or light mode. That's why we specify this. It doesn't really matter. A lot of those themes specify it anyway, but I just like having it, maybe out of habit. Let me know if it's actually useless. But the important thing is this: how do we get the data theme dark or data theme light attribute here? So this will change accordingly. And that's where the script comes in. And then we'll also have something like a little button here that can toggle the class. So do we do the navigation first? Let's do it. Let's use some more DaisyUI. Navigation. Navbar. Let's pick one here. Maybe this one. What will this do? This is like if you're logged in, I guess. Classic, reminds me of early Angular. If you know, you know. And we can have a few colors here. Yeah, we'll have like a, maybe this one, and one of them will be the icon, and another one will be the actual link. So let's copy this and create a header component. And render it here. So we have this, and you can see how it looks familiar to the Arc browser that I mentioned before. It even does like the pass thing. Let's see, like, did I make it up? I guess it transforms, like it does change size when you hover over it, which the default DaisyUI one doesn't, but it also changes when you click it. So not exactly the same. And it's not like, you know, the most creative thing in the world. It's just nice. Anyway, you let me know, what do you think? So here we want to say maybe full name. And this gets you to the homepage, which you are of course already. And this link will be like an about link. So that later. And here actually. Oh no, sorry. This is like a link with like drop down, which is quite cool to be honest, but not what we want. I guess here's where we want our button. Which will make it be our nice moon. You click this and you want to change from dark mode to light mode. Yes, yes. And do like lower case on this. So how do we achieve that? Well, the lightweight script plays a huge part. So I have this theme toggle.js, which is a static asset. So it gets deployed alongside every static asset with our website, and then we import it in our app HTML. So this isn't something we're doing from scratch, but I will talk about it now. So I do need to import this script relatively early and synchronously because I want to avoid the flash of light. I want the browser to read this and execute it before everything else, so the users won't get the flash of white. They don't see the theme change, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. So now this should be loading this theme toggle.js. What does this do? It checks local storage, and my key is just called theme here, to see if the user has clicked around the app, has used the theme toggle before. If they have, then they will have an item in local storage that says, I want dark mode, I want light mode explicitly, or else it's going to return the default theme. This is something that I'm doing in my apps because I usually design them for dark mode. I like dark mode best. I think they look best in dark mode, and I'm not a designer, so I can't make them both equal. And I do think more people don't know that dark mode is an option in their operating system, even though it does pop up every once in a while. I think some people are just stuck in light mode because they want to configure nothing. So I'll give them the site that I think looks best. And then if they really want light mode, then they can click around. But if you don't want that, then there is like the media maps prefers color scheme. If you want to default to whatever the user prefers, you can run a JavaScript method here, a query that checks, do they prefer light mode? Do they prefer dark mode? If they do, then return dark mode, or else return light. I do have it here. Very handy. So if you want to do this, then you can check for this instead of default theme. Then you check if this matches, and then if it does, then you return dark, or else you return light. But I don't want that. I want to return dark by default. Something to keep in mind. So maybe you want this. Right. So then we have this method that actually gets the document element, which is the HTML element for this document. So this one, the whole thing is the document. This is the document element. and adds a data attribute. That's how you add data does anything, and says it's going to have the value of theme. Theme is what you gave me. It's either going to be light or dark, but because this runs in the browser as is, this cannot be TypeScript. This has to be JavaScript, actually. We run this as early as possible in the script. Like the moment we've defined these two methods, we run them. And then, something cool, we set up a mutation observer to have a look at only this attribute. So we're saying that every time my observer runs, it checks what the next theme is, the one that's currently in the document, and sets it to local storage. So that's the thing that synchronizes the fact that the user has pressed a button, and therefore the data.theme attribute in the HTML document has changed. How does that get synchronized with local storage? It's with this mutation observer. And indeed, this observer, we attach it to the document element and say, only look at attribute changes, and in fact, only look at data.theme attribute changes, because that's where we've agreed we'll be identifying dark mode. And we have a handy method here called toggle theme that we are polluting the global space with. We're saying get the current theme, and the next theme is going to be, well, if the current theme is dark, then next theme is going to be light. If it's not dark, then it has to be light, so it needs to be dark next. And then sets the theme to the document, setting data.theme on the document, runs the observer here, which puts it in local storage. And I just pollute the global, which 10 years ago with jQuery was like a big, huge no. But it's just a simple solution to like a simple problem. And I don't think anyone else is polluting the global object. Nowadays, at least on my sites, I'm in control on the libraries that I bring in. So that's fine. Maybe if you have like a browser extension, like would anyone create a browser extension that adds something in the window, and how would it run in the scope of my website? That's by the by, it just works. If you are worried about this, if people are telling you you shouldn't do this, you can add like a prefix there, like a namespace type of thing, and then no one certainly won't be using that one, and then you will be fine. If they still tell you this is bad, then find a different company, like get with the times. It's 2024, this is fine. Why do I have this? Because instead of having all of this complex logic, like syncing with local storage, finding the theme, changing the theme, do I put it in a document element? Maybe I put it in a body. Other components shouldn't care. I just have this handy method here, which doesn't even get anything, just runs, which means that I can say this button on click. Also, this is like Svelte 5, like no need for, you shouldn't use the column here. So just on click, window, toggle theme. But I made this app. This app doesn't know that I made this method up and that I'm injecting it in the document. So SvelteKit provides an app.ts where you can add all the things that you've made up in your app. And what I have made up is this, that I can say in the normal window interface, I've also extended it with a toggle theme that maybe exists here, because maybe the script won't have run, maybe you've disabled JavaScript or something, I don't know. Like if you've disabled the JavaScript, how will the on-click run? I don't know. But now it's happy to accept it, because even if it's undefined, I guess, then this will be undefined and will do nothing on click, which is fine. And now when I press this, I expect light and dark mode to change, and that's it. Like on any button, you can add this and it will just work. It will toggle the theme just fine. Let's look at it on the big screen. Let's refresh this so the script will run. So that was the case where it wasn't actually in the document and did nothing because it hot reloaded the rest of the app, but not the initial app document, which runs the lightweight script. So yeah, that's it. If we let's have a look if we hadn't done the Tailwind config, like padding stuff here. If the theme overrides were empty and we were changing the theme, they are the same in this theme actually. We managed to pick two themes that have the same border radiuses, so it doesn't look bad, it looks good. But anyway, that's by the by. So that's dark mode done, but we also want a cool icon, not just toggle theme or a switch. You want something nice. So let's steal once again theme toggle here, which has lots of crazy styles. Which is like which parts of the sun become the moon, which ones become the rays, which is good. It's like it's complicated. I don't remember how I amended this, but it was I think it was featured on that at the Margal video as well. So yeah, just adapted it for SvelteKit. You can see that I need to look in the global, like everywhere, for a data theme dark. Essentially, if it sees that there is a data theme dark anywhere in the document, well, and then anywhere in the document above this SVG component, if there is a data theme dark, then the moon is going to become bigger, the sun blades are going to disappear, that sort of thing. Like that sort of CSS craziness is happening here. But we will need to adapt this slightly, because I saw that we're doing export let, and that's one of the cases where this is annoying to do, because class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript, so you cannot actually use it. You couldn't, like, you want to just export let class, but you cannot do that. So you can define let class name be this, and then you export class name as class, so other components can use it like class. But that's not what we'll be doing now, because it's Svelte 5. So what will we be doing? Do you remember? We do const class, and then we can alias this. Still, that's a reserved keyword, so we do need to alias this as class name. And then it's like props, not $$ props. That's a different thing. And then we just pass this in, and maybe we can default this to like the empty string, so it will work the same. So that looks good to me. In the examples, do they say const props or do they do let? They do let, because these can be bound and then mutated, I guess. So let's do let as well. Let's see, is that what we've been doing? Let's do let. All right, so theme toggle, we have it here. We want to go to the header. I want to say instead of this, or maybe inside this button, we have the theme toggle icon. And I guess this needs a specified width, too big. This looks about right, but I guess this needs to be items center. Yeah. All right, so clicking it, nice. Does have a lot of padding, so I'm not sure about that, but it looks fine. It remembers I want dark mode, it remembers I want light mode, so it's all good. Yeah, I think I was getting something to make it transition a bit more slowly on the other one. What could it be? Yeah, I think I'm using this library called OpenProps, which has some nice duration and transitions available as CSS properties. So that's what I'm missing here. It's this. So these durations and the shadows, which is another library you can depend on. OpenProps. Let's add that one too. And go to our app CSS to import the helpers, the CSS properties that we want, or anything. So now you can see that the durations that I've specified and the easings are respected. It knows what they are, so this just works again. Looks nice. And I also brought in a few shadows. I don't like the default shadows that Tailwind has, but that's just me. But in any case, like this is like default shadow, which I think is too subtle. So what I also override in some projects, and maybe you want to, but maybe you don't. That's definitely one of the things that's up to taste. I do override box shadow to use the shadows from this project that I talked about, the OpenProps project. And I do put it in the extend for some reason. So now you can see these are like a bit more intense, like by default, the ones that I've added, which I like a bit more. What else am I doing here? I do add the favorite color of MeltUI. MeltUI is a cool library that makes some types of components easier to manage state with, a bit more accessible. And their favorite color in all the examples is like Magnum, what they call Magnum. So if you want to just put this in your app and have it work, then you need to specify like this color, but I'm not sure, maybe you don't want this, you could add it or not. I won't add it here for now. I may add it if we actually use MeltUI at some point here. But for now, we don't. All right, does this mean dark mode complete? I think so. So what else? This shouldn't just be white anymore. So yeah, this is like a great place for a fancy font, for sure. And is text shadow a real thing? Probably not. All right, cool. 2.5 hours in, we're doing great. What am I claiming we still have to do? Playwright, navigation smoke test, great. Then a contact route where you can have like all your socials, I guess. And then a shared layout, because at that point we'll have like 2 routes and we don't want to be copy pasting all that stuff there. And then maybe we'll even do view transitions between the routes. And I did have the GitHub project and implemented Vercel as a bonus, but I said we're going to do it in the stream, so we'll definitely do it. So I'll add another sip of coffee, have a look at the chat, consider checking up on my puppy, but move on. And these are the pictures that I considered adding Maybe I should add them already. They're just too cute. Instead of like a million. So curious about view transitions. You're in luck. I have like not one, but 2 videos on this to what's potentially later. And unlike most of the live streams, they're actually like short. They are the ones that I try to make as short as possible to maximize like learning and what we're doing. And I love view transitions because they really make your app feel professional. They make it look like a native app, the app like feel that I keep talking about. So those 2 videos, like I'm gonna make a better case explaining them in those videos than I'm gonna be able to make them live. Like ideally I should be listening to the video and then working along with it. Or maybe I'll just copy paste the end result from this, we'll see. But yeah, view transitions anywhere, even like in these projects that we have, you'll see that I have view transitions, and especially on like smaller screens and not ridiculously wide monitors, they look great. Yes, the Svelte Critic project is another one that has like the cool effect of the hero transition here, where like the image goes back up. The main image stays here. Like you show this to the client and they're like, amazing, like you knocked it out of the park. Like you must have worked on this for days, but you didn't. So question from GB. I'm finding out how to deal with a DB. I'm sure if I should try to do some sort of repository pattern or just use the Super client whenever I need to do queries. So that's the thing with Supabase. It's just like so handy to just take out the Supabase from locals and do your queries there. And it's like so fast, it makes you develop so well. But then like your load server methods have like 30 lines of code. And you're like, should I just have the repos? So that's usually what I'm doing. Like if I find that there are too many places that use the Supabase APIs, then I just create dedicated repos. But sometimes it's hard, as I'm sure you understand, because very often you're using a relational database. Lots of the things are related. Like you may have video games, for example, and video games may have reviews. You may want them together. Do you just have a video games repository and a reviews repository, or does a video games repository also handle reviews? It gets a bit murky, those waters. But yeah, it's one of those things. I think I mentioned on the Google Fonts actually video that it's one of the few silver bullets in engineering, like the way to do fonts with SvelteKit and font source, for example, like just do it like that, self-host like that, no real drawbacks then. But again, watch the video because I make a better case for that yet. But aside from that, there are very rarely silver bullets. So you can do the repository pattern and it may help you. It may not. I guess it also depends on how you do you like to do your testing. Well, if you do have the repository pattern, then it's a bit easier to do like the more unity tests, unit style tests. But huge discussion for sure. And it's one of those where I cannot say just do this and it's going to be better for you every time. It depends, truly. Pizza Tower, I need to try that one for sure. And Against the Storm, which I've heard like great things about too. But Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out, so we need to get the streams going. We need to do a lot of work until then, because there's going to be a lot of Final Fantasy and JRPG in my future. So let's make a commit. Let's save our work to this point. What do I put in the README? Not much. Good. Beginner project. I always think it's a starter project. So now Playwright, again with the wizard, with a SvelteKit wizard, we could have asked to have Tailwind, to have Playwright set up for us, but we do it through here because I do like the default configuration we get. If we run the Playwright wizard in the end. So it's asking, where do you put your end-to-end tests? Test folder, sure. Add the GitHub Actions workflow, of course. Install Playwright, yes. The Playwright browsers, I should say. Great. So let's see what it's added for us. It's added quite a lot of things. It's ignoring the test results directory, Playwright report, blob report, which I don't know what it is, and its own cast directory. It's reformatted our package.json, so we need to save again. I never appreciate this. It's added Playwright test and types node. It's interesting. It's added Playwright config with like a TS file with Playwright config. We are using PNPM, so we may need to bring in .env to run some things locally, but that's fine. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm very glad to help. The comment is, I've been using SvelteKit for like 3 months, but I haven't learned as much as this past week thanks to you. That's me for my videos and help. Oh, that's very nice. I'm very, very flattered. And that's definitely what I'm aiming to do. Help people getting into this. I don't think... It's a matter of knowing where to look and what to learn. I guess it's not like something that's super hard, but it's not intuitive. Like even the tools that are supposedly super intuitive, they never are. Like working intuitive, SvelteKit or React or whatever, not intuitive. You need to be taught to do these things. So when there are helping docs, when there are good tutorials, you'll be able to figure it out. You just need to persist and keep getting through it. It will come to you. If it looks puzzling, you'll get it. Oh, donations. So people have been asking for donations. That's why I did the JOHNNIFY project as well. But it's not a donation thing, the JOHNNIFY Premium, but it can be like a month-to-month thing, which gets you the access to the GitHub, the private GitHub repo as well. So that's the main thing. Oh, no profile here, so that's but advertisement. I think it's like the database was sleeping. I need to be paying for that. So, you know, if you subscribe, I'd be paying for that to be awake all the time. So you get access to this. So it's not like a freebie donation thing, but you get access to the code, including the one that we're doing today that may become like a full-fledged starter here. It has a few instructions, and like enough that some people found it useful. It's mostly to keep this project like going and have like more incentive to go back and update things. So just like a more symbolic price, I would say, because I do use like these starters to fulfill big contracts. So I think it may be helpful. Anyway, no donations. You get something in return if you really want to. You don't have to, only if you support it. And keep note that this is a subscription. So if you want to cancel, you can cancel immediately. You still have access to this for like the month that you paid for. But do remember to cancel. Like if you only want to like support for 1 month, that's perfectly fine. If you want, you can even fork the projects, clone the projects, download the projects. You have them forever. You can do anything you want from them. But yeah, that's the thing to watch out. That like everyone, I did make this a subscription service. So have a look at that if you really want to. And the price will only go up because I'll only be adding projects there. But yeah, that's by the by, thank you for asking even, and just considering, only if it's within your means. Like I don't know how to sell myself or to sell this, because truly I do this to help people get better in engineering, because it's awesome but can be intimidating. The real money I make from clients, and maybe so can you if you just demystify how it is to work with SvelteKit and other meta frameworks. Which I'm sure you can, because you've already done amazing work. Like having the community as well is cool, because it just feeds back on itself. It's like, oh yeah, I want to do an authentication related stream or something like that. Right, or Drizzle, for example, using Drizzle and Turso was a community suggestion. Like whenever you send something in Discord, can spark a flame in me to be like, oh yeah, I want to try this, and then I show it to other people, I understand better, and people end up using better tools and end up understanding them better. All right, so we just get to the Playwright point, and what you get by doing it manually is, oh, I will ask this question. One day you'll be doing SvelteKit freelancer. For now, you're stuck in university. What are you studying? That's very interesting. So why can I not? Right, we're back. So what you get by running the Playwright wizard is this config file that is full of comments, so you can better understand what the options are. Well, with SvelteKit you have like a more rudimentary one, which still works immediately, but you may consider some of the options that are here, so you can just read the comments that I have. And the options that I do like overriding, let's open up the Playwright config from my other project. Run them in parallel, I guess, yes. I don't think there are many. I don't like the HTML reporter because I just want to see what's happening in the terminal. I don't want to open a different page and run a server to see this. I think that's a bit insane. The base URL, so this is something that is handy to set up because you don't want to say localhost every time, and the SvelteKit wizard will actually put it to the correct place, which is not 3000 like Next.js, it's 5137. But what I do like to do for this to work with testing against your live deployments as well, is also look at this environment variable, which we haven't set yet, so it will actually go to localhost correctly. But when we're doing the GitHub action later, we can specify actually hit this production deployment and run the tests there and tell me if the actual app works, because that's what we really want. And then it's like the projects that we want to run. I always do Chrome. I think I do Firefox. I don't do desktop Safari. I do mobile Safari, just to have a mobile device in there. And I think they have like a more modern iPhone available device. So many iPhones. So yeah, just like a small Pro, like a small screen, let's say. And finally, if you want this to run your dev server, how to run it. In our case, we do pnpm run dev, and we can just check if this port is running. And then this is a saying, if it's not CI, reuse existing server. We can just say true, I suppose. Why not reuse it? Even if you're doing CI, if this is running, reuse it. Like locally, you definitely want to reuse the server. Cool. What else did we get? We got a few example tests which hit the Playwright site, I think, and this shows off quite a lot of the locators that the Playwright has, like the get by role and the fill, press keys, like that sort of thing, but we don't need that. Don't want further expression. And it has an example spec, which again hits the Playwright site and just checks for the title. So the navigation smoke test that I like is just about every important link that you have in your app, the user should be able to click around and get there. So they should be able to get in the home page and see the correct things and go to the about page, which will be coming up soon, but it's not going to be the about page. It's going to be the contact page. So I will rename this navigation spec. And test name is navigation smoke test. So now if you just go to / it will go to the root because we've specified the base URL of the project to be localhost 5137. But I will look at my other project again, just get inspiration. The other thing that I'm doing here is the hydrated thing. That's why I wanted to check here. But we'll do this step by step. So I expect this side to have a title for Paulina Poppers. And get by role and using those locators or selectors does help you make more accessible apps that are better navigatable by more people by making sure that you're using semantically correct headings, and can help your SEO because, for example, if you check that you do have like the one heading that's level 1 just one, this will pass. If you had two H1s, then you'd be getting an error. This would be saying that you have too many H1s with the same name. Anyway, I do have the Playwright extension. So in my testing tab, you can see that it manages to identify I have the navigation spec, but I can actually just press the play button here. And Playwright will run and fail immediately because we're not in the Playwright site. And it will tell me that it found no title, like not even just Playwright. It's not just that it didn't find Playwright, it found no title. And we want it to be Paulina Poppers. And I guess this will be a substring as well. We can go to our app HTML and just say that the title is Paulina Poppers and see how far that gets us. Gets us to green. Awesome. So now, believe it or not, we've done the navigation smoke test for now. Let's add the contact route, and we can kind of do behavior-driven development for this. Maybe the one thing to check. There is like a simple unit test here with vtest, and it still runs. I should have a script for the end-to-end tests too, and make sure that the end-to-end tests don't try to run the other tests, which they won't because it's always looking for this directory, but just in case. So let's say end-to-end tests, Playwright, and unit tests, and this one for the Playwright tests. Just want to run Playwright test. I believe that's true. So test unit should still run these, and e2e should run the Playwright tests against every device that I've specified, and they all pass. Great, awesome. And I think this is it for Playwright config for now. We will be... sorry, there is one more thing that I like to add. Like, pro tip, what happens when a test fails? this says just collect a trace of the failing test, which is fair enough. But what I like is to collect a video, to have a video of what went wrong. So you can have this option by adding the video, retain on failure. This is the one that I'm surprised they don't have because it's so useful. So every time a test fails, you'll have a video to see what your app looked like. And because Playwright also runs so fast, I also like to have the Lance option for slow-mo. So if I pass in the environment variable of slow-mo and then some milliseconds, it will make Playwright type in and fill in fields slower. We won't be using that today because we won't have any forms. But the video, just to show that, if we said that we expected the page to have a name of like JOHNNIFY, and then we run the tests, we'd get the failing here. We'd get that we didn't find, and we get that we didn't find this heading. And we'd also get a video of this, which we can drop in Chrome. Maybe not. And then you can see it. And then you can see, like, we don't have many interactions with Playwright, so you can't see it clicking through things. But you can see what it did so far and where it got stuck and waited for 5 seconds. So you can better identify if it's an actual problem. Something that often happens for me, Vercel has started protecting their deploy previews, so you need to log in to see them by default. And I always forget to turn it off. And I look at the Playwright test, which is failing. I see the failing test, and I'm like, what happened to it? Why did it go wrong? Locally, it was running fine. What was the problem? And then I check the video, and I see that there is the Vercel you need to be logged in to see this preview. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's why it failed, because this is protected. Which is a bit tricky. But hey, that's what happens. Anyway, so retain on save, super helpful, I'd say. The other thing that this added is a GitHub action here, which is super useful. You can have it running on your main branch, so you don't need to have a master branch 2024. It is using the wrong version of checkout. There is a better one here, and so on and so forth. But we will amend this quite a bit. We're not using PNPM, but we'll have it run against our Vercel deployments. So that works for us because we don't have authentication. The call solution with the authentication in the Discord requires a local development server, a local Supabase to be running. So you wouldn't be able to test the authentication flow like that. You would need to run it against like a preview branch or the main branch or like something like that and spin up local Supabase. But that's like a huge thing. We'll make an episode dedicated to that for sure. But this one, this can do not version 20 here. This one would work, but we do want it to run against the Vercel deployment. And how would we do this? Let's once again take inspiration from us. Instead of running on a push or pull on the main branch, we can say run on a deployment status. When you hook up with Vercel, it's going to dispatch deployment status events, and we're interested in successful deployments. So what we'll be doing is saying that I want to run the test job if the deployment status event has a state of success. So on successful deployments, then do everything. Then run this, follow these instructions. And Vercel is not unique to this. Other integrations, so if you're deploying to like Cloudflare or wherever, would also be sending this event. And I found that this is the easiest way to do like real testing production type of stuff. Warning directory, this is a monorepo, but the project we're working on now is not a monorepo. It's also using bun. We don't care about this. So nothing fancy. the thing that I like is that for the actual tests, instead of just run Playwright tests, I say run Playwright tests against the deployment URL. So it's easier in the GitHub Actions to see where am I checking, is this the correct URL even? And I need to pass this URL as an environment variable to my tests. So this step, the one that's executing the Playwright tests, no tests were harmed in this, is passing in this as the public root URL. You remember this from the Playwright config. We were saying that our base URL is this, and only if it doesn't exist, then check localhost. So that's a cool trick. I think that's a cool trick. On your tests, you only use relative URLs like this. So in the GitHub action, it will be checking against the deployment URL. That's fine. You'll be doing what we want. And just to confirm, tests still pass. Great. Now, even if we were to push on GitHub, because we don't have the Vercel integration, this wouldn't run. But that's by the by. Anything else this is doing? It's uploading the artifacts, so that's also important. Chains. I also like changing this name, like from YAML to YAML. I don't know. Just find more people to YAML. And it's uploading the Playwright report, which I don't care, because I just seen the action, did it pass or did it fail, and that's it. What I do care about is the artifacts. So that's the videos that we're talking about. The videos get put in here. Does it test yourself? Sorry, so let's do this. Yep, correct. Maybe it needs to be like this. Cool. So what is this? Again, in the Playwright config, we did say that if something fails, retain the video, retain the directory that appears with the failing tests. So GitHub will be uploading those artifacts, and you'll be able to find them on failing tests and watch them and have a quick look to see if it's something legit. So yeah, that's the final thing. I lie once again. There's one more thing that I like to do, and that's having a Playwright badge. That you've done things correctly. So I like having an e2e badge, and that will magically appear if you have the name of the repo. And then it's gonna be the name of the action. So the action is named after its config, so playwright.yaml. And then but SVC, this is gonna have like the green badge if last time it succeeded, red badge if it failed. It's cool, just cool to have. So I think that's it. All you need to know about setting up Playwright to start with a sensible navigation smoke test. And if you have something that is checking every URL that you have in your project, then at least you have more confidence to deploy anytime. Like even if it's just upgraded some packages, then you can merge the chains, and if the tests pass, or you can have the preview deployment deploy those changes in the preview branch, waiting to be merged on main, and Playwright will check and see, well, if all the links work, then you're fine. Lots of people avoid doing any sorts of end-to-end testing. I think this takes a bit of time to set up. It took us like half an hour maybe to set this up, but no joke, it gives you a ton of value. It's gonna save you a lot of time, a lot more confidence, not second guessing if everything works, if you need like manually to go into every link, or else you're not gonna deploy on a Friday. It's not the most extensive test. If you have more unique functionality, if you have sign-up flow, it's more work, but at the very least, like have this navigation smoke test. It will make you sleep better at night. So that's my insight there. And yeah, let's commit this. All right. So now let's kind of do behavior-driven development, but by saying that I do want to go to a different page that will have a title of contact, and then the heading should be like reads out. Find me on socials. And then, of course, if I press this, we'll have a failing test. And therefore, being on red, we'll be able to add implementation code. And this means, but how will this happen? This should only happen if they click a link. You shouldn't randomly get to the contact page. So how do we do that? Let's actually go to the navigation smoke test. Say get by role, maybe copy even this comment. So find the contact link and click it, and you expect to get to a page that says contact, has a title of contact, has a heading that says find me on socials, without the exclamation mark, not that important. And sometimes people will tell me, does this mean that if I do like a copy change, I should change the test as well? And my answer is yes. And the diff is going to be like 2 lines, and it's going to be easy for you. You're going to see that, oh, I changed this line here in the copy, in this commit, and I changed this one in the test. Makes perfect sense. Move on. It's fine to have the copy in the tests. We will be doing internationalization at the end of this project, which is super exciting as well. That can be a bit tricky too, but we'll make it work. All right, so test here. How do you do routing with SvelteKit? The idea is that we want to go to the contact page, and instead of a 404 not found, we get a page that says reach out on socials, and then has like find me on TikTok, where I share cute videos of those cute pups. So how do you do that? Well, with SvelteKit, where the user goes, like the URL here in the browser, reflects your routes directory in your project, source routes. So source routes / nothing is going to be handled by +page.svelte. If you want /contact, then you want source routes /contact, and in there magic +page.svelte. Every plus file has special meaning in SvelteKit. There are a few plus files, not too many. One of them is +page.svelte. The moment you do this, bam, no 404, but this is empty. You can say hello, and you can see that we are indeed in this file. So I guess this file, we wanted to have an h1 that says it's out on social. What did we say? Find me on socials. And we also want this title to change to say contact. And with SvelteKit, you have a special element, SvelteHead, which we can do things copy and paste is disabled. Okay. Doesn't matter. Like there is a special element called head, which we can add elements in that will try and find the relevant elements in here in the head of the document from our static, kind of static API HTML. So we can say that the title for this page is contact, and that will immediately change here. So that's one way to do this, but we won't be doing this. As you've seen, we've lost all our styles. We've lost our navigation bar. We've lost everything. So what we'd actually want to do is do another SvelteKit magic thing, another SvelteKit magic file, class file, and have a shared layout that does a lot of the things that every page should have. And for that, you can have many layouts, but for this app, we only need the one. So in the root of the routes directory, source routes directory, we want a magic class layout.svelte. And everything we put here is gonna appear in every route. So we say hello from layout, it's gonna appear in the contact route and in the home route. But nothing else appears. What's that about? And that's because we're not saying to layout that you should actually render the things that are the plus pages. Like, where should layout put these? You're in control of this. And with Svelte 5, like this is the first time I'm doing this, I can only imagine that we need to take inspiration from our primary button and do our children trick. So in here, we'd want to render children. And bam, the rest of the plus page appears. And now we can go to our header and say that actually this is not the about page, this is the contact page, and we want to go to /contact. And then here's the contact page. How do we go back? Browser back button? But no, we want the header to remain. So in our layout, we actually want to steal the header from the page component. We don't want it here. We want it in our layout and say, bring it in and have it in here. And now on our contact page, it will appear in our main page. It will be there. And it's the layout's responsibility to define, well, so many things we have here, where its plus page gets nested in. So wherever you put the children here, it will appear. Usually you just sandwich this. For your root layout, what I usually do is just have a header, then the children or the slot, which used to be, and then a footer, like just the children sandwiched between header and footer. So maybe DaisyUI has like a nice footer we can use. Probably not. This is like too professional for me. Maybe not. Maybe it's nice. This one is also nice. Oh, templates. So yeah, let's copy this one. Let's create a footer component. And then in our layout, we can bring in the footer in there. So we'll be able to see it in here. Not too bad, just needs like a better logo, and you can find this person on socials. on every page, but this is gonna be like a dedicated find me on socials page. So we'll need to have like our Instagram and etc. links here. This is complaining because all the anchors don't have links. Need to fix them at some point. Maybe I'll create like an Instagram account for a fake person. The other thing that we want is remember what we did with Tailwind in this page file. We imported the app CSS. You don't want this you don't want to do this in every page. You only want to do this once. The perfect page to do it is indeed the layout. So make sure to import this in your core layout. If you have a layout, import it there. If you have a set with more than one page, then you should have a layout. Import your Tailwind file there. Maybe you don't need like a second page. Maybe everything is like on a single page. That's perfectly fine. Usually the contact page was the one with a contact form, but I found that's not needed like anymore in 2024. You don't need to worry about email and like validation and inputs, like all of that. It's cool to do, like maybe in engineering challenges and interviews, they'll ask you to do something like this. But I just find people don't want to check their emails and reach out with email and that sort of thing. They want to be reached out on socials. They want people to slide into the DMs. So just having a contact page that has like your social pages, I think that makes the most sense. Right. So in the contact page, let's also have a main, a container, and in here we may want a component that's like the page title that allows us to have like one page, one component that we can restyle if we want, and we only do it in the one page instead of everywhere. So here to do Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Like 2 of those I don't use anymore. Get with the times. Right, so are our tests passing? I think they should be. They are. Great. So important to know. This is one way to do page titles and stuff, but a more complicated way to do it, but kind of handier, is if you have this logic in your layout component and you have like default attributes for some stuff and not default attributes for others that can be overridden, and then you can use your server load methods to actually get that metadata for you. But what are server load methods? Let's go to our root page once again, where we have like a million not puppies. So let's do it one at a time. Right, so load methods, in most apps, you'd have your backend and your server talking to a database to get the data. You don't need to do that, but you can still keep your UI clean by defining your hard-coded data on the backend side of things. So if you want your root page to be loading all these pets, you can create another magic file plus page, then .server.ts, And if you export a load method from this, and you can type it as page server load, can be an asynchronous method. You can define all your pets here. And we may actually do the repository pattern soon. Believe it or not, getting inspired to do it. And then, if you return, anything you return here will be made available to the front end. But how will it be made available? I can only imagine it's with the props again. Anything you return will be magically put into in a data prop. Didn't I change this? Sure. Of course, call this. So that's fine. So you can see magically SvelteKit, anything you return from the load method. So all our pets here, we return an object with a key of pets, gets put into magically into the data, gets given as a prop to our UI as data. And it's really cool because it gets typed, it really knows exactly what it is. And therefore, we can even further destructure this more easily than in Svelte 4, I realize now. So this is very cute. I thought that this is very nice and very cute, and then I get the ESLint, which this is a good reason to have ESLint, but it's not ESLint, it's a Svelte language server. Okay, it's telling me you cannot do this, Johnny. Sorry. Fair enough. I guess that means that I need to pass here data.pets. And then it works again. And then, what if we had a lib.repos for repositories, and we had a pets repository? But for now, instead of just having it be like a class, maybe I will. Let's say that this is like a class pets repo, pets in memory repo. And it has, it gets like pets, then export the type pet, which has a name of string, and you can use it elsewhere. But if we're going to do this, I'm going to use myself to do this here. So actually, this is going to be pets in memory repo. And here you can have like the pets interface file. And we can nest them even further in a pets repo, both of those. We're getting more Java by the minute. And we can say, well, export interface pets repo, and any pets repo should return a get all promise of a pet, and pet is actually this. And this should implement the pets repo, Kablamo, and I guess we can hard code the pets for now. But instead of using those, let's just say name summer for my puppy, instant for my friend's cat, and Numi for another lovely copper dog that Summer loves. If you're not familiar with TypeScript, adding this may automatically makes it a private variable, but this is a JavaScript joint, like don't worry too much about these things. And here, let's export a const pets repo. This, we will over-engineer this a bit more in just a bit, but here, all I want to do is, and let's just slide. Come on, Johnny, you can do it. And say that actually, I want the pets. We want to get them. Hello, Joao, in the chat. I love Alters and Polina Puppers. What a name. I want to get the pets from the repo, and you may have missed that this becomes summer here. So we are getting it from the repo. Not quite in the repository pattern, but we'll get there when we start adding the hooks file. What is nice in this, I guess, is that what if I say that now each pet has like an image, a hero image, and each one of those has a source and an alt. What if an alt name? If I do this, then my in-memory repo will highlight that, well, this is not adhering to the interface, because these pets don't adhere to the interface of the pet repo, which you should have brought in from here, not have made it in line. So now we need to come up with hero images for all of them. That makes sense. But did it auto complete? And say GUI more commands, and this should be good. Or slide this up rather. All right, so let's add these images. Let's say that this is Summer. This is Winston. This is Numi. Oh, they're WebP as well. Interesting. Like suddenly, like a few hours in this stream, 3.5 hours in this stream, like I needed my fix of cuteness. So for now, let's make them available here in the static directory. We missed. We'll manage to slide them, all these cute pictures in here, move them. Do an images directory. Great. And then we need to remember that our in-memory repo, all of these should actually be WebP. And now, instead of advertising Nike, which we had done for this stream, for this whole time, let's see what we can do. We can say that the props is actually a pet, so each card takes a pet. So immediately we will know that this has a hero image, which we can use here. And here. And then probably grass. Because we need to pass down the hero image prop too. Our pets.svelte. So it's one of those, has a hero image as well. We can even say that the props, not here. So this is like a pet array, get it from the interface we created. And how good is that? Let's see it on the big screen too. Not too bad. And yeah, I guess each one should have like a different description as well. This is the point of the stream where we focus on the cuteness. I'll highlight again. So in the interface, let's say that each one has like a description. Like maybe favorite activity. Keep it nicer. And let's make use of that. No class because that's just empty array. And that's just empty. It's fine. All right. So here we are. We've managed to get more cuteness in the page, so we can move on with other things. We can complete the repository pattern that Github in the chat mentioned by adding a hooks file. I'm just trying to remember. That's not why we started all of this, so I will show it later. I did all of this to show the load method because we will be using this again to do our metadata. So we're saying that we are changing the name of the page here, and you can see that this causes some problems because our root page now needs to have the special element Svelte head and specify in here that oh, actually the name of this page should be like Paulina Poppers, so it won't get like overridden. But nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do like Svelte head on every place, and you will have other metadata. You should have other metadata you exposed. So for that, We won't be amending the title with the SvelteKit special element. We will be doing some clever stuff in our layout. So what will we be doing? We will be using the special element just in the layout. So we'll be doing SvelteKit and then a title here. But then how does this become dynamic? It becomes dynamic by the layout getting some data from each individual page. So much like you can have a plus page of server.ts, you can have a plus layout of server.ts, which very similarly can export a load method, but this one will be the layout server load. And anything you return here will be available in the layout. And you can be returning like default meta or something, just to make it happen, just to make it more obvious. But is that what I want to do? Not sure. The main thing that I want is to say that this one gets data, once again, that sometimes has like a does this get magically typed for me? No. So I guess I need to type this as layout server data or layout data, either one. But this one returns nothing. What we want to return is some metadata like the title. So title by default should be like Paulina Poppers. So we can return that. And some other things like the description of the page we'll be using here. So now you can see that this exists. Will this ever be compound data? Who knows? Let's move on to our other project, see what I usually do here. So I have this layout component and I have the default meta tags, which I can declare here. Maybe in the server file. Perfect. And the OpenGraph file, we've talked about this. This is like the most important thing nowadays. It's not even SEO in Google. It's when you share on WhatsApp, on your Discord group or wherever, does it have a cool image? And OpenGraph is how that gets achieved. So we'll be working on that. So let's just return our default meta in a meta key. And then in our layout file, we can do some derived attributes. So we'll use something new in Svelte 5 as well. So what I was doing before is do all of these like reactive statements with the $sign, but that's old Svelte. We could be doing the page data as well. So this server data. Okay, maybe that's better. Maybe for this point we don't need this. Let's see. I would appreciate a type of this. I'm thinking in just in my head, and apologies for this. The reason I want this is that I imagine the contact page also has a plus page of server.ts, and in here it has a page server load. And what it returns is some meta tags that are kind of like this, without an OpenGraph image, and that gets used by our layout file. So how do we find that if we don't have a layout.server.ts? Looks like we don't need it actually. So let's rewind time back here. Our layout.svelte, we still need that one. So no need for that, no need for that. Forget this ever happened. What we want is to derive a title. So let title derived from the page store. So that could be something different. So every load method data is also available in the magic page store in Svelte. So there are some things in the docs where they do say something like stores will be supported in Svelte 5 and beyond. But the way they say it, it makes me think like it's not the way to do data in Svelte, which I don't understand. So I'm not sure. I'll keep using them for now. But what we want to do is check, does any page return a meta attribute that has a title? And if yes, then use it. And add like pulling up poppers in the end, why not? The name of the site. But if not, then default to like the default meta thing, which we can find here. Use default meta title. And that's what we're gonna use here in the actual title. We're gonna enter the title. So now the contact page has the contact Paulina Poppers, but the root, the home page, which doesn't override anything, has this regular title here. So that's the way to do that. I do think that's handy. Like, still not sure about the page store. I think it's the way to do it. But again, in the docs, I don't have this is the way to do metadata. It's just something that the community has decided it's quite cool. And I've been doing it for a while. So let's see, what's the metadata that we need? For OpenGraph, we need all of the stuff and more. In here. So the title, what's the description gonna be? We're gonna do similar things as with the title. We'll derive the description according to whether we do get a description back from a load method of an individual page. But in that case, we'll just immediately use it with no template interpolation. And the website is Paulina Poppers. The OT image URL is going to be something similar. And just for now, let's just copy one of our static images, maybe the Numi one, and put it in here. Like you'd have a designer design a nice one for you here. It's WebP. And all of these things will make your content more shareable, because people will paste it on WhatsApp and then you'll see like a cute image, it will look professional, they're more willing to click it. The ability for people to click on the content is huge nowadays. Like it's the most SEO thing, and the people don't realize it's SEO. All of the socials, when people engage with your content, they rank you higher. That's what they want to do. And if it has a nice image, nice OpenGraph image, they're more likely to look into it. They're more likely to follow through. So do your best to do just that. I think on our footer, we'll add some dynamic spacing at the top. So margin top, maybe 5. Smallest vertical height, like in small viewports. Just add a bit of breathing space here. Yeah, this is not like the most beautiful thing. But we're getting close to deploying something, so I may clean this up. Oh, what will I say here? Or here. Not quite readable. Great. Do I need this helper? Padding inline helper? Have I added it in my other Tailwind config? Let's see. Yeah, extended Tailwind config with these two. Find it handy. So this is an extend because I want all the other padding that they already have in Tailwind. Still want it. Now this will work nice. All right, so I won't think about this too hard, but it looks slightly better. And on dark mode. Actually, I'm not sure which one I like. Maybe I will do the dynamic dark mode here. It actually looks quite nice. Kind of like the light mode now. Cool. I'm gonna get sidetracked and actually do this. So let's do this. This should never run, not on a browser. Just in case, I guess. All right, so in theory, if we have something set for our data theme, this gets respected. So we do get light mode now, we do get dark mode now because we've played with the toggle. If we don't, like in my case, I should be getting dark mode first time I go on the page. So emulate. I don't have it on. Good. So if I go to the application here and delete from local storage theme, then I should go to dark mode because that's my system preference. If I actually preferred light mode, bam, light mode. But if I have played with a toggle, then it gets respected. I guess the thing is, what is the thing? I think there is nothing. This should be a ternary actually. So if this matches, then give me dark or give me light. Like don't give me null. So that's explicit. So let's try this again. Open the inspector, delete the theme, default light, default dark, because that's what I prefer. If I play, bam, goes to light mode. Oof, doesn't remember it. Why not? So what's the difference here? So what did we break? We are setting the theme here before the observer does something. Yeah, which is fine. That's the only time when we do want to set local storage afterwards. But surely this should be something. This is a boolean correctly. Ah. Right. So this is it. So this is return this variable or return this. So maybe it should be a bit more readable because I made this mistake now. So if this is something, return it. Else, to return the match media thing. So this is our error case, so where I don't want to do this in a ternary because it's a bit unreadable and can read on bugs. When you can do an if else, you can definitely do a ternary, but that's a bit much. Now it just works. Confirm, kill this, starts on dark mode every time, but the moment I mess around with this, can stay on light mode. All right, so that's one way to do it. And I did say I prefer design for dark mode because that's what I use, but I like this theme. It's nice. So I will respect the user's decision. if they've actually made it. My other argument was that users don't even know that there is that opportunity to set your preference, or they are afraid to use it. So now, so we've had our little dark mode enhancement. That's because it looked so nice. This was light mode, looked so nice. What are we actually gonna do here, though? What was I claiming we were trying to do? Shared layout. We're creating a shared layout. We did the meta tags. So I guess we did everything. So I will try to just play around with this. Cool. You'll love to see it. Last thing, or semi-last thing, we'll do a bonus view transitions. So I should definitely watch the videos because I explain them quite well and go step by step, and you can do this as well. There's also a helper library that can help you set things up. I will say, figure out how it works first, like if you don't watch my videos, which have links to some documentation as well. What's something? Try to understand something before you resort to libraries, so you understand better what the libraries are trying to do. So I should watch this and do this side by side, but given we're like 4 hours in, I will go to the other project and say that what we want to emulate is this. Like, you go around and you get the nice slides and it looks professional. Or SvelteKit as well, you have like this hero animation. We'll do that one later. That's a point where some libraries are helpful. That particular library I'm thinking of is helpful to do something like that. Widescreen to like normal screen looks cool. I guess I didn't add the transition here. Oh well. What was I trying to say here? Let's steal this. That's what I was trying to say. This fundamental like transition. Let's try to steal it. There is lots of documentation on it. You should watch my video. What I'm gonna do is set up something in my layout file. Maybe let's just save this. Let's say refactor layout, and that's repo. We still have one more thing to do with the pets repo to make it like more available on every route, instead of bringing in it like that to go like full repository pattern. But we may not do it today. We'll see. So view transitions. Best way to set them up, much like where we import our styles, would be in our layout file. Meta tags. Did Copilot start writing like, to do this is a bit of a mess, please clean it up? Thoughts fired, Copilot. Please be gentle. Tell us what you really think. Damn, you really got told there. I realize it's like, you know, like 3 ternaries, I guess, but come on, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. So anyway, enough forcing around. The fundamentals of view transitions are that modern SvelteKit exposes an onNavigate helper, and in there we check is the start view transition method available. Modern browsers have it, but not all of them. Safari doesn't have it, for example. If it does have it, then essentially, we want to start a view transition, which happens by returning a promise. And it's like lots of things that don't get lost in the details. Watch the video. Like that's two main things. I've copy pasted things incorrectly before because I was rushing through this. So don't do that. The extra thing that I do is adding this check to see if we're going from the same URL to the exact same URL, because then you won't want a view transition. But if you don't do this check, you will. And I'm also doing like some extra clever stuff here to check whether we're going back, whether we're using the documents back button here and have a different transition, so it looks like we're going back. So something you may not have noticed, but now that I hold it to your attention, you can see that it's like the reverse animation plane, or the tier list. If I just navigate correctly, like the new page is coming from the right. But if I go back and front, you can see left, right, left, right, left, right. So if I go back, left. So that's like an extra thing that you could be adding here. But maybe we don't need to copy all of that. Let's copy all of that, take it back, but remove the things that we may not be needed. So on navigate, special SvelteKit method that gives you the navigation object, which has information that SvelteKit knows about which route you're coming from, which one you're going to. We're going to be checking whether document start view transition even exists, and then like we won't be doing anything clever about navigating front and back from now. We'll just be returning a promise to check does view transition exist. Again, just this one is to make TypeScript happy, and if so, we start a view transition, we resolve it, and then we wait for the navigation to be complete. All of these things have to do with how view transitions work and how essentially the browser is taking screenshots of what your page is looking like now and what your page is going to look like later, and then when it's got to those screenshots, you can merge them together. But how to keep TypeScript a bit happier? Start view transition is still not a legit thing in every browser, as we know, but it's not even typed as part of the document as a maybe thing. So at this moment in time, it looks like we still need to do it ourselves, much like we made this up completely. We can explain to the browser that the document may have a start view transition, which just takes a callback that returns a promise. It may be there, and now TypeScript knows that it may be there, so if you do a check, it will be happy. But you need to do the check when you are in a callback already, because TypeScript assumes that, oh, if you are only running this later, then this may not exist anymore. It doesn't know like the details that this either exists in the browser or doesn't. So that's why we're doing this check again, which looks ugly. And that's all we need to do to get default transition. So you can see like the little fade is there already. By default, the browser is falling back to this fade animation, which is cool. And I will mess with the header a bit more. I will make it a stick header. Copy all of these styles as I'm here. Beautiful. Does navbar actually do anything? Yeah, it does. And I'm doing this to see that when we do the transition now, I guess there's nothing in this page. When you do the cross resolve, it's not obvious. So let's move on to the next step. How do we do the cool thing that's like the iOS style page slide navigation? And I've got some styles for that. So we can go into our regular base app CSS. and copy and paste tons of things. Again, better described in the video. And I'm attaching the animations to the body, which you can just attach to the HTML. You don't need to do this specifically. Oh, smooth scrolling. Why did I add it here? I add it here because I only do this when the user doesn't explicitly say I prefer reduced motion. So that's another nice to add thing. So if you have links inside your app, this would make your browser scroll nicely to that page instead of immediately jumping around. And we're doing them inside a media query, checking that the user has no preference about reduced motion. If they want reduced motion, we'll just be jumping in and not using page transitions either. So we're defining some keyframes. We're saying that we have a fade out to the left animation, this one, and a slide from right animation, and the opposite ones for when we want to do the back track, when we want to go back to the page. Translate X, like it's the X axis. We want to go like 50% away and then disappear. Like that's I was tweaking with those numbers and I like these ones. And then we're actually setting the view transitions. We don't need to do this pointer events thing. Maybe we do. Like I was trying to do this to stop Playwright from like clicking things before the view transitions are over. So maybe we do want to do this actually. So yeah, maybe I'll keep that. And we're gonna say take 300 milliseconds, which is borderline a lot. You won't want transitions to take more time than that, that's for sure. And I was saying using a nice ease out, go both ways, fade out to the left. So the old page needs to fade out to the left, the new page needs to slide in from the right. If we're in the back navigation, we'll be looking into this more just later. We'll do something different. But for now, just by applying this, there you go. Old page, the one with the pictures now, goes to the left. New one comes from the right. And we also go to the top of the page. But it looks pretty nice. But you'll notice that an element that exists in every page, the header, also slides in. And the way we can get around that is by specifying a view transition name in that element. So if we go to the header, and here we go, we have the style tag. We can say that our header has a view transition name. This should be a header, HTML header element. That was not the case. And this should be a nav. Dear Lord. Anyway, we want our header to have a view transition name of anything we want. Header makes sense. Should be unique. The only thing is being unique. Nice to see you again. Hope you watch me later. Hello to I use from the future as well. So just giving it a view transition name explains to the browser that we don't want to apply the default animation if you were applying one to everything. So we are applying a view transition to the body, but this header, which is contained in the body, we're saying we want to do something else. What else we want to do? Nothing. We'll actually be doing nothing. And it will in fact be staying in place as we navigate now. So you don't need to specify a new animation for your header or for anything that you want to just stay in place. You just need to give it a name, and then the browser will know that you're not going to be doing the default that you're doing into its parent elements. Again, in the video, I explained it better than now. And now it's even more obvious that when I press like the same link, it gives me the animation again, which I do think is annoying. And that's why in the layout here, I do check whether the route we're coming from is different to the route we're going to. So just copy from here to not make a mistake. So now if they click the same route, nothing happens, no transition planes. Great, all good. The other thing that we want, so if I actually hit the browser back button, we still get the new page coming in from the right, even though it leaves to the left. Shouldn't be coming back from the right. I guess that's the thing that we want to do here. And we can't do that. And the way I've done this is we look into the navigation object again, and I check the delta. So this is another handy thing that SvelteKit provides for us. It's late where you are. Yeah, I started kind of early here too, but if you notice out my window, I guess I'm not in the wide view. We did start with blue skies and they're getting kind of dark here as well, but I imagine it's even later for you. Thank you for waiting for it. I just must have been in the flow. Hope you didn't wait for too long. So SvelteKit in this navigation object does tell us what's the difference between the route we're going and the route we're coming back from. And what I found is that if the delta is negative, -1 or something, then they have used the back button to go back. You can use the back button to go like many steps back, and then it will be like -3 or whatever you selected. But if it's like 0, it's the same page, or if it's positive, it's going to be the next page. So all we want is to check, are they navigating back? Delta is going to be less than 0. And if that's the case, I'm going to add another data attribute to the document called back. So the document, when I'm navigating back, it's going to have a data theme true. Can have any name. What we'll be looking at in our CSS is that's the existence of a data back attribute. Maybe I'm checking for data back true, actually. But if this is not negative, if there is no delta, or if it's not negative, if it's positive or neutral 0, then I remove the data back attribute, so the back animations don't apply anymore. This, I think, is like a very easy way to do it, and that's what people expect when they navigate back. You can navigate back with your keyboard as well. So if you command left arrow key, you navigate back, and that will work the same. You can over-engineer this. Like I was thinking that you can split, depending on your routes and how you do your routes. If you have a dashboard that has like /interviews, / the ID of the interview or something like that, you could be splitting on the slashes and seeing how many slashes you have. So if you have more slashes, you're deeper in the app. So if you go from a place that has more slashes to a place that has fewer slashes, then you're going back and you play the back transition. But I think that's just overthinking it. But it's up to you. Doing the data that's back thing is also up to you. There is no real convention for this, but I've seen this kind of around. So I think this is simple enough to catch on. Much like anything, nothing's intuitive, everything is made up here. But I think it's simpler. So I say go for that. And what we want to happen when we have this setup data that's back is different styles to be applied. So if we see that the root object has a data back, then we want the old page to fade out to the right and the new page to slide in from the left. So those are the other transitions keyframes we created before, the other animations. So indeed, if I do this, you can see it works on my keyboard. I go like left, right, and it works perfectly. You can see that this is the case when I use the browser button, and it's all about
how we add this data.back thing, which again, made up. You can use any name that you want. This goes for the header. This could be subscribe or whatever. And the header will stay in place. Doesn't matter what you name it. It just needs to be unique. So naming is hard. Don't think about it too much, but try to, like, you know, if this is a header and it's a header element, just name it header. It's fine. It's going to be fine. All right, view transitions. You've seen me do this weird thing with the pointer events none. This is because I found that Playwright sometimes is too fast and just clicks around things too quickly. So before the transition is over, especially on some browsers. So I found if I disable pointer events, Playwright will not attempt to start clicking on things just yet. We'll give it a bit more time. So if I disable the pointer events, Playwright is a bit happier. And indeed, like, I wouldn't want like the users to like be clicking while the animation is happening. So you can see I cannot click while the animation is happening. Probably you can see that. And that's fair. Like, I want my users to not interact with the app until the animation is over. It's only 300 milliseconds, so they can hold their horses. It's gonna be fine. The other thing with Playwright is that hydration can cause the app to behave a bit weirdly, because Playwright will interact with the app faster than any human. So something to watch out for is having Playwright kind of wait for something. You don't want to have it wait for too much, but what I was thinking lately is that my layout file will be adding a test ID for once. I guess it can have like a data-dust thing, but it's just easier to find things by test ID in Playwright. And this should happen on mount, which will prove to Playwright that the app is hydrated and ready to be interacted. I think that's safer than what I used to do before, which is again disable pointer events until the app gets mounted. But then if someone has disabled JavaScript, then they'll never get pointer events, because JavaScript will not remove the pointer events from the page ever. So that's bad, given that I don't think people really go to websites without JavaScript. But one of the big things with SvelteKit is that you can use it even with JavaScript disabled. So why lose that? You know, Playwright will be running with JavaScript enabled. So if I'm just worried about Playwright waiting for the app to be hydrated, then I can just do something like this. Just add something just on test ID here. But I was doing this on layout, much like everything. But on mount, it's not a thing anymore with Svelte 5. What is the Svelte 5 way to do it? It's called effect. Kind of like React, kind of like useEffect, but it doesn't get an array of the things that you need to watch out for. It just does it for you. So that's nice. So that's quite nice. And it's very similar to useEffect in React, if you're familiar with that. It takes a callback, and then whatever you have here will run whenever a particular component first gets mounted in the DOM. We're doing this in a layout, so only once will this run. And then if you return another callback, it will run when the component is about to be destroyed. And unlike React, as I said, you don't need to pass an array of the things that it needs to be watching out for, because Svelte just knows. So we just need to say effect. And we want to say wait for, well, when this mounts, add the test ID of hydrated data, that's test ID of hydrated to the DOM. And that means that in our Playwright test, the navigation smoke test, we can start it we can go to the root page and then wait for this test ID of hydrated to be visible, to be in the document. And that will ensure no matter how fast it goes, it will at least wait for the app to be hydrated. I've had no one wants flaky tests, and I did have flaky tests without having this. I think this is a great solution, if I may say so myself. Did I manage to break this? That'd be quite funny. Ah, right. So this was claiming that it takes a substring, but I guess it was claiming wrong, and that's why I wanted to do regex here. So there you go. Again, no regex here. Oops. So there you go. Playwright does run. You can see that this step takes a while, so that's interesting. 200 milliseconds, that's, you know, kind of a lot, even more now. But still, I think that's needed. Sometimes you will see the app kind of behave weirdly. If without this, Playwright may be tempted to immediately press the contact page. And then if you have a lot of components there, I would find that it starts inputting stuff in fields. And then when the app gets hydrated, state gets lost and the app doesn't work anymore. It clicks the submit button, but the inputs are empty. So I'd be getting some errors there. But in reality, users would be getting on your site and not immediately clicking to go to the URL and immediately typing in everything in like 10 milliseconds. So I think that's good enough. I think it's sensible to wait like this. And it's much better than the other way that lots of people are doing, which you just have a magic number where you just say wait for like delay for like 5 seconds or whatever, because it will only wait for the amount, for the least amount possible. The moment your app gets hydrated, we add the test ID, the app is ready to be interacted, move on with the tests. That's what we're doing with this. Kind of advanced, I guess. This is a problem you may not have had if you're not using Playwright. As I say, you know, no tests, no problems. You have different sorts of problems, but your problems are that your tests are failing and you don't know why, because they're running well locally. That's a prime case where locally it may be running well, but then in the production testing doesn't work for some reason. Anyway, huge aside there. Navigation setup, Playwright test setup as well. So maybe it's time to deploy to Vercel and call it a day. What did we do here? Get on listens. Right, so setting up a GitHub project. We've done the GitHub, the Git in it, so we have version control here. We've talked a little bit about that. We can go to our private JOHNNIFY organization, admire all the stuff we have here and create a new repository. Remember to switch the JOHNNIFY organization here and call this portfolio. And I guess it's UK English. And that's it. Lots of my stuff is public. This one is going to be private. I think it's important for you to follow along and follow these steps and then know what you are doing and have your own starter. But if you don't subscribe to JOHNNIFY Premium, I always laugh with this, even though, you know, I think this is like huge value. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's create this repo. We already have a repository, so copy this, go to the command line and push. Bam, it's there. No status. this Playwright test is waiting for a deployment to happen, but for the deployment to happen, we need to set up Vercel. I will upgrade to Pro if you subscribe to JOHNNIFY Premium. Add a new one. Import the portfolio one. Should I call it portfolio? Or should I call it poppers? Let's call it poppers. Nah. Let's call it portfolio and then we can get poppers.com. Environment variables. Environment variables. Do we need? We don't need them? No? Sorry. Took me like a moment. Maybe in production, if you have a different domain and you want your end-to-end tests to be running in your main domain, the final tests, if you want them to run in your main domain, you can say that for production, this environment variable gets set here. So if you have this available, then it's going to be used. But we're not going to be doing it here. So we'll just be pressing the deploy button, no environment variables. And it's going to work first time. It worked first time because we're awesome. Oh, beautiful. Nailed it. Not too bad. So not too bad for like half a day's work. We did cover quite a lot of ground today with transitions. You can see them working. We still need like better image here. Maybe I'll be doing this like offline. You don't want me to do the assets here. But here you go. Svelte 5 running in Vercel. It works. Should we see if you can run on the edge on Vercel? So, by default, Svelte has this thing called Adapter Auto, which automatically detects the environment you're building for. In this case, when it gets to Vercel, it will understand that it is in the Vercel environment and create stuff for Vercel specifically. But we know we're deploying to Vercel at this point, so we can use the Vercel adapter explicitly. I'm just coming back here to check. Playwright tests didn't run. Oh, how? They ran. Great. Are they also gonna work first time? They are, because we're awesome. Let's say it again. And let's expand this. Oof. So you can see, like, confirm that it's running against the production deployment that we just so maybe, you know, subscribe to JOHNNIFY Premium and I'll get a real domain for this. I have a problem with domain names. It's quite a lot. Oh no, you are awesome and the community is awesome. That's why I'm doing this and we're going so hard. Thank you, Bruno, for your nice comment. So we are managing to hit the real deployment. And if it was a preview deployment as well, so if we had a GitHub branch, it would be running against the GitHub branch, which is great. One of the best things that we get for free nowadays with very little effort from our side. Nothing, something didn't work. No, we're still awesome though. So it can't get the hydrated one, which is interesting. And did it happen for just like the Safari tests or something? Interesting. The other cool thing, like when this finishes, it will have the artifact. So as if planned, we'll be able to see the playback, the video playback. Go to var and check what's happened here. Note 16. Did I not update this? Guess not. Maybe that's the problem. I know what the problem is, because I told you early in the stream that I always forget to enable, to unprotect the Vercel previews. So that's what's going to happen. We're going to see the Vercel login screen. They always troll me with this. Why is this the default? I don't understand. Who wants to protect their preview deployments? I'm sure that there are some like big companies that are like, no, you need a password for the preview deployment. But who is like most of the developers here have smaller projects, or big SaaSes enough, but no one is gonna be trying to guess their preview URLs for Vercel and trying to do what there. I don't understand. Anyway, we need to go to settings and say deployment protection recommended. I don't understand why. Disable it. Great. The cool thing is that you can have this. You can make your CI have a special header, and then Vercel will not show that pop-up that makes your tests fail, while still your previews will be protected against the rest of the world. So your CI has a secret key, and it can use it to bypass it. Great, but it's a paid feature. That's how they get you. I think I cannot think why they want to protect the deployments. Other than that, have that feature. Because every time I lose time, and like I'm worried about this. Anyway, so next time the tests are gonna succeed. But since we're here, let's show the adapter stuff. So instead of the adapter auto, we want to install the adapter Vercel. Great. And now we want to use the adapter Vercel. And the benefits are that we can specify runtime edge for this one. That's one of the benefits. So let's also remove the auto adapter. The other benefit is that now when I try to build locally, instead of doing by default node build, which may succeed, it would be doing a Vercel build. So if you're doing a node build, maybe it won't be working. It will be working fine for you locally, and then it goes to Vercel and it tells you, oh, you cannot actually do this in like the edge runtime, for example. That's a common problem. And you'd only find out too late. Not too late, but later. You lose a bit of time. Now that you're explicitly saying you should build for Vercel, you'll catch these problems earlier. So you should definitely do that. And you can also enable the edge runtime, which is always cool. And what else? Like GitHub Action was complaining about something. I did say this. Is it version 4.2? It's got 4. Setup node. Is it version 4 now? 5? What is it? Yeah, version 4.02. and check out, is it like version 5? Why did it open a different screen? How did it do that? Yeah, that looks correct. All right, so what else do I want? Maybe I want to go here in the project settings and say that it is indeed 2024. So I want to use version Node, 20 version of Node. And I can use a tool called Fullstack to pin the version to Node 20. Which sets it here. This means that if you check out the repo, anyone who checks out the repo and has Vault available switches to the correct version of Node. This is handy if you have lots of projects and some of them are using like Node 18, some are using Node 20. It will switch for you automatically without even needing for you to do NVMe. NVM is another cool tool that you can use for Node version manager. You shouldn't just download it from the website. That's like for savages. You're not an animal. You should do things in a more automatic way. So NVM is very cool still. I like it. Volta is even more automatic. So I've been using this lately. And as an extra thing, you can specify your engine for Vercel to read from there too, if they ever make Node 20 not a beta version. And also specify the package manager. Some things like some GitHub actions do like it when you specify the package manager here in the package session. But the version of PNPM is this. Which project am I on? Why do I have like a million things? Ah, right. So that's the other thing that I wanted to double check. Now we have like this Vercel folder that we deployed locally. So make sure to add that one in gitignore. Like no comments in gitignore. It's like serious business. You either know it or you don't. Cool. So we've added this. We've added this. Added this. And just because we did bring in around the Playwright wizard and stuff, just to double check, did we not format something correctly? Post CSS should have been formatted. I knew it. And this one didn't manage to get the Tailwind classes correct. All right. So performance chapter. So explicitly deploy to Vercel for the reasons that I mentioned. Of course, like there are other cool places to deploy nowadays. Fly.io allows ban, and I've been tempted to try it out. But Vercel has been so good. Like their free tier, it's super generous. I've been using it for years and years at this point. Right, so let's see. We're hoping for a green here, and we call it array. Red of same, and it wasn't our fault. Cute. That's how they get me. It does look like the deployment is complete as well. So talk about the same amount of time, and the app should be working just the same. This looks nicer than I expected. Quite cute. Anything else to do here? Here being this project. while we're buying time. No releases, no packages, deployments. Yes. SvelteKit. Again, let me know if you want me to do something else. What else do we have? Vercel. Maybe Tailwind. Playwright. Other things, I'm sure. Also has vtest, I guess. We'll find some use for vtest. Even though unit tests are more helpful if you have dynamic content, I guess. Ah, great, success. Upload artifact, that's the one we should have done. I see. Yeah, our badge should be green. There you go, green badge. We got it. We are awesome indeed. Awesome confirmed. I was worried there for a second. So latest version of this is 4, so that's the one that was complaining. Right. Great. I think this is it, friends. We did that page metadata, including OpenGraph Images. Wow. Wow. I have a video on fonts as well. We'll find a nice fancy font to use next time. Optimizing Images would be a cool one that I would have dropped in immediately now, but it's been like 5 hours and I think my stream is gonna fry. I can see the choppiness here on my second screen. So I do need to live on a high. And we did lots of things. We ended on a deployment. We ended on green end-to-end tests. And I even called that I was gonna mess up and forget that thing. Hello Stan, nice to see you in the chat. Hope you found this useful, and again, like another thing for the private GitHub organization to enjoy. Cool. If you want timestamps, people in the future that have scrolled all the way to the end, let me know in the comments. If at least one person asks, I always add them. But until then, like, it's hard for me to just listen to myself talk for 5 more hours. So I only do it if people ask. I think this was a cool episode today. We did a lot of stuff. And on Friday, we'll make the design like even nicer. We'll definitely be filling out this contact page that has like nothing. But again, my advice to you is like today, slide into people's DMs, post an Instagram story, say like, would you like me to do your profile page? Do you want me to do like a nice portfolio or marketing site to like friends? So you're more comfortable. So you don't need to give them like a hard deadline, like I will do it this week or do it this month. Just make sure to agree in advance, like, will you be paid? Will you not? Like, what's the amount? Like, set up the budget, just to be clear, like, I'm gonna deliver it in like about a month, it's gonna cost this much. Anyway, my point is, this will help you learn a lot more than just doing projects. So code along with me, try to give this to a real person. The moment a real person is able to come back to you and tell you, oh, can you add like this image there? Can you make this change here? Can you include this? Then that's like real life work. Those are things that by yourself, like by myself, I won't be able to predict. Those are the things that make me a better engineer in day-to-day work. And you can get in even now. Like, ask now, we'll do the next stream and we'll finalize some designs here. And I'm sure you'll be able to follow along and do it. Tons of stuff we'll learn today. I almost talked non-stop for 5 hours. So this is my peak rambling point. We will be doing optimizing images next. Error and 404 pages, which we don't specifically need for like a more static app, but are nice to have for the future. And again, we'll be building up to a project that uses a database soon. Analytics and stuff, internationalization, localization, that's a big one. I am tempted to do it immediately. So in JOHNNIFY, in the JOHNNIFY project, we have one image which is optimized. This one is optimized and it's using
Svelte Optimize Image. It has like, the docs are alright. The docs are actually good on how to set it up. Should we just do it? Maybe we'll just do it. And this, I think, should be relative. I think we'll be able to do it. Okay, let's do it. We have 5 minutes. Let's do it. There is this special library. So the one thing that Next.js is better with, definitely, is the optimized images, for sure. Because Vercel does offer automatic image optimization and has first-party support with the React stuff. So both for Next.js and Astro, you just use their image React element and it will just work for you. With SvelteKit, it is trickier if you're using a database to store your images. If you put them in a storage bucket or somewhere, then you cannot use this component that we're going to show tonight. But since we do have local images now, we can just drop it in and quickly do it and optimize these handsome fellows immediately. So the steps are: install this library, I was thinking to add the puppies when I added when I was going to talk about image optimization, but I added the puppies already. So should I leave the page unoptimized? I think not. We can do it. Not maybe an even bigger hide. I guess you won't really notice. With this installed, then we need to go to our Svelte config for once and say that our vit config, close this, and we need to say vit, listen, the plugins that you need is SvelteKit like always, but also the enhanced images one. And then whenever it sees image imports like this, it will be running them through the automatic optimizer, which will be creating different versions of our images. These are WebP anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. But if you want to do like a VIF, we can add some extra parameters here. But in any case, the way to use them is that now they don't need to be in the static images directory, but actually they should go into our repository, I suppose in this case. Let's see if that's going to work. That's the thing that I'm not sure it's going to work. Where we specify these, we can actually import these images like this. So in this page, in the repo even, maybe I should have moved the whole images folder here. And say that I want my summer image to be enhanced and my Winston image and my Numi image. And then, oof, that may be a problem. I guess, does this have a type? Just a string? It thinks that it's just a string. Okay, fair enough, great. Not quite correct, but great.
And now this should be working the same, but clearly we need one more step. So in the pet card, instead of the vanilla image element, we need to actually use the enhanced image element. And magically it works, but you'll find even though we have like big images with like huge width, we are now able to specify that, oh, actually don't create those big sizes. Like we're serving our, even though we're doing the WebP format, usually you just have PNGs, for example, and this library would turn this into the more efficient WebP or a VIF format. But in this case, we do have huge images. So no user would see them in this resolution size. I guess the maximum size that they'd see them is this, which is not that big. So 384, so double that, like 778, I guess, 768. So we can specify to the library to create different sizes for this. So for smaller screens and stuff like that. By default, they have like some sensible defaults, but I think you should be going smaller, or at least for the stuff that I'm doing. Don't need to specify width and height. This also takes care of layout shift, which I forgot to do before, but I guess the DaisyUI stuff does take care of it. So the smallest picture is 540, which is good. And here, when we do the imports, so in the repo, we can add this string, if I remember correctly, and specify that we want different sizes as needed, and then specify the sizes that we want here. So let's see if we've made that work for us. I think I just want one size. So what size did they say? 7 something? Yeah, so 768. Just transform this for 768. Not question marks. And now it will know to only do like up to this size. So maybe you cannot see it as I'm checking it here. Here, the image tool, the Vite importer, will create an image that's up to this big, which is much like I guess the size of this is 13 kilobytes. Let's check to see without these parameters how much it would be. So 60 kilobytes, 66 kilobytes, like 5-6 times more, or 5-6 times less. If we do this parameter, you may see that this flips out, TypeScript flips out. And I wonder if I did add this to my other project. Let's see. If I want to import stuff with enhanced images, then I can specify this. I think this will work. So if I actually make the W, the first parameter, and the last parameter be enhanced, I think it will be happy. So if I go in my declarations file and declare indeed, maybe put a link in the docs here. Then Vite is happy, because what we're doing here, we're saying that if something ends with like enhanced, it means that we know what we're doing. We're importing an image through this specific module, so you can add all these weird parameters. And yeah, so that's one last thing. Image optimization, done quick. Ideally, like if we didn't have the cards here, if this could expand as much as possible, if you could have like a hero image, a hero dog that takes like the whole screen, then it's the point where you would be providing a few different sizes, and you'd be saying that if it's a small screen, then show this, if it's a big screen, then show that. There are lots of things that we may look into. The future, I try to do realistic examples of realistic problems, but our need now is that the images that we had, the raw images we had, were too big. We just want to transform them to be a bit more optimized. So all we need is to say, make them into images that are this wide. And I chose this because it's double the size of the largest possible container I could find. And you do need to double up because some displays are retina displays, so they have double pixel density. All right, so somehow we did this. Let's say improve performance. Nice images with SvelteKit enhanced image. What's it called? And of course, I really wanted to do this because one of the biggest performance tips is optimizing your images. It's huge and not too tricky to do, I would say. With Svelte optimized images, enhanced images, this one, when you do commit the images in version control. So if you do have a static site like this one, portfolio site, a marketing site that doesn't have CMS style content, then you can just use that library and optimize all your images and you're fine. The problem, the complications come when the images live somewhere remotely. So if you do get them from the CMS, if you do get them from your storage bucket in S3 or wherever, then you cannot use the Vite thing, the Vite tool. The Vite tool will not be running. At that point, you would need to do something else. Vercel for Next.js and Astro has a clever thing that generates those images for you. They don't have it for SvelteKit yet. Maybe one day they will. But until then, you will need to be doing something like having a special service just for optimizing the images. But I think that's it. This may make it look like that the next stream is going to be kind of short, but even the internationalization and localization is going to be a big subject. And of course, like the design, we need to make a better design for sure. And how does it handle the pixel density? It just the browsers essentially handle it. So it's up to you to provide an image, to tell this tool to provide an image that's at least double as wide as the rendered image on a regular device. And then it will be served up automatically for us. I don't think they're doing the old tricks that are like you specify this and then it does the add to X type of suffix. But yeah, I think that is all for today. We'll keep going with this project. Coming Friday, maybe I'll have even more pictures, like the sky's the limit. But we'll find a fancy font, we'll handle some error and 404 pages. We'll be doing international localization, but maybe a lot of it is gonna be, let's do like some cool CSS stuff, especially with a grid. No search functionality, I'm not sure, we'll see. I'll try to not over-engineer it, maybe for like the next Tuesday stream, but for Friday, we'll be delivering the most important things, the MVP things. Analytics as well, also important. But I think with that, we'll call it a stream. 5 hours in. It's been a while since we had such a marathon stream. Hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. Time passed. Like I'll switch to the face view just quickly, because you can see this used to be blue skies outside and trees, and now I can see kind of the full moon, and maybe my dog is howling. But we'll find her soon. I'll play with her. I'll give her a nice boop from all of you, especially the people in the chat. Thank you very much for your company. How can I access the code for this? Thank you, Joao, for asking. I've already put the code into the JOHNNIFY organization repo. I will have a link in the description as well to update this, because we just made this from scratch, so I didn't preemptively have the link here. And as you may know, because I have said this already, you can access this by having JOHNNIFY Premium. The automation should get you, the moment you subscribe through the Stripe flow, should get you inside the private GitHub repo for special people and engineers that want to learn or want to get a head start in the projects that are similar to the ones I'm making, or just want to support this show. Have a great weekend. Is it Friday today? Oh my god. I kept saying that it's like Tuesday, and hope you have a lovely rest of the week. But it is Friday. So for Tuesday, we'll be expanding on this. Next Friday, who knows what we will be doing. So clearly, we're doing this stream for too long. From Tuesday all the way to Friday, at least in my head. But thanks everyone. Have lovely Friday evenings and amazing weekends. And special thanks once again to people in the chat keeping me extra company. Thank you for your time. Thank you for watching. Have a lovely day.